everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam. Thanks for tuning in to live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. And we just had multiple tornado warnings just a few seconds ago actually, but those have since expired. I was going to go to those, but right now I'm going to go to the severe thunderstorm warnings. We currently have 10 of them, and the storms are really starting to flare up across the south central and central portion of the United States. Multiple tornado warnings have been going off all day and earlier on this afternoon. So let's take a look at the severe thunderstorm warnings in south central Texas. We currently have 10 of them, not all in Texas. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, or about 6 or 5 of them in Texas. Take a look at this one right here. This is near Fredericksburg in Llano. Let's take a look at the latest info from the National Weather Service from this. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time for Gillespie and Llano counties. And you can see, this is actually that squall line that I was showing you earlier in my video last night. It's starting to take shape right here, and it's starting to get more strength and momentum. I already got some pretty decent hail cores here. Let me turn on the hail signature here. Have a few reports according to the radar of a little over 1.5 inches hail in diameter. It's probably getting some pea-sized hail with those hitting the ground in these areas. Have a few other severe thunderstorm warnings to the north of these. Let's take a few looks at this. National Weather Service in San Diego has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern San Saba County in west central Texas until 5 p.m. Central Time. Another severe thunderstorm warning up here associated with that squall line. National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Hamilton County in central Texas, western Lampass County in central Texas, and southeastern Mills County in central Texas. And this is until 5 p.m. Central Time. A few other thunderstorm warnings up here. Only got 2 more left in this region. Have others to the north of this region. In Fort Worth, severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Hamilton County, south central Texas, western Lampass County, and southeastern Mills. It seems to be the same one there associated with that. Let me go to this one. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:45 p.m. Central Time for central Hamilton and southeastern Commonwealth counties. And let me take a wider view at this real quick. You can see this is in eastern south central Texas region. Have some storms flaring up here towards the Dallas area. Have a, I would say, weak spot here to the west of it, though we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings to the northwestern and northern portion of Dallas, northwest of McKinney and northwest of Denton. We also have 2 flash flood warnings associated with these. Let's take a look at these 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in northeast Texas, very far northeastern Texas. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 4:30 p.m. Central Time for eastern Wise and northwestern Denton counties. Have another one just to the northeast of that warning. This is the far, far northeastern Texas. National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Cookie County in north central Texas and western Grayson County in north central Texas until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. So if you lived in any of those counties I listed in Texas, you want to get to a safe place immediately. There is hail with these storms, very strong winds, and a lot of rainfall. As you can see, we have flash flood warnings just west of these, and actually inside of these severe thunderstorm warnings we have. Let's take a look at the 1-hour rainfall, or would that be storm total rainfall? Let me see the best estimate. There we go. Last 3-hour rainfall, according to the radar, you see a pretty good amount of rain has fallen, 3.5 inches in these areas, and even to the south near Decatur and Boyd, we have some areas 5 inches is registered on the radar. That is an incredibly large amount, a heavy amount of rain in such a short period of time. That's why we got these flash flood warnings. Let me turn off the severe thunderstorm warning so we can see these better. And let me zoom out again so I can show you the area this is in. This is in northeastern Texas area. Actually, two other flash flood warnings also extend into southeastern Oklahoma. Going to go through each and every one of these really quick. The National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a flash flood warning for Wise County in north central Texas, northwestern Denton County in north central Texas until 7 p.m. Central Time. National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning for Cookie County in north central Texas until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. And now that is all the warnings we currently have, unless we had a new warning pop up. Doesn't look like it. That's all the ones we've had in Texas so far. And that's just in Texas. We have other warnings also in Oklahoma and also Arkansas, northwestern Arkansas, Missouri, and Kansas. Earlier we had a lot of tornado warnings. I think we had one time 7 tornado warnings at once. This is the first time in a while we don't have any tornado warnings, which is good news. So let's go over to a different radar site. We're going to go to the Oklahoma City radar site, the KLTX radar site. Let's take a look at the 2 flash flood warnings in southeastern Oklahoma. National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning for west central Johnston County in south central Oklahoma, southeastern Love County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Carter County in southern Oklahoma, and western Marshall County in southeastern Oklahoma. One more flash flood warning here in southeastern Oklahoma for central Johnston County in southeastern Oklahoma, Colt County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Potomac County in east central Oklahoma, and south central Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma. Those are the flash flood warnings we have all currently at this time. Let me go down to the warning window, see if we have any more. Looks like we have one other in Missouri. I'll take a look at that in a second. So you can see in eastern Oklahoma having a lot of rainfall right now. And this will be continuing later on throughout the night tonight. And look at that temperature change. Let me turn off the radar real quick. Just show you how drastic of a temperature change in such a short period on the radar. Right here, just east of Oklahoma near the Tulsa area, it's registering 64 degrees. And a little bit to the northwest near Fairview, it's freezing. So 64 degrees to 32 degrees in only, I would say, about 75 to 100 miles, if that. That is a very drastic temperature change, not helping with these developing severe thunderstorms. And before I get to the other severe thunderstorms, we just had a new tornado warning pop up in Texas. Let's go to that right now. And this is not associated with the squall line. This is actually ahead of the squall line, ahead of that cold front. And as I said before in my video yesterday, some storms could develop ahead of the front and they would be producing possibly more tornadoes than the actual squall line itself. Here you go. Here's one right here. Let's get the latest info from the National Weather Service. And this is just southeast of Dallas. In fact, it's going to get closer to Dallas within the next few minutes. And another tornado warning just went off too near Glen Rose. Take a look at that in 1 second. This tornado warning is for southern Kaufman County in north central Texas, northwestern Henderson County in central Texas, east central Ellis County in north central Texas, and north central Navarre County in north central Texas. And this is until 5:15 p.m. Central Time. And here's a few cities listed here, not getting too much up on the radar here. Gun Barrel City, Kemp, Rice, those are the areas that are under this tornado warning. So I'm going to go to storm relative velocity. This is the radar showing wind speeds going towards and away from the radar site, so you can see that spin going on here. And yes, very well defined tornado signature. You can see right there, just south of Rice and west of Ronan. You can see those blue and red colors showing up. That is 53 miles in one direction, and in the red, it's 8 miles, but in the exact opposite direction. So definite, very well-defined tornado signature there. Do we have any debris? This is the correlation coefficient. And not really much showing up on the debris signature yet. Though keep an eye on that tornado warning. Pretty good signature there. So if you live in those areas, you want to get to the most interior, lowest level of your home, whether that be a bathroom, a closet, or your basement. get to that immediately if you are in those areas I listed, or even a little further to the northeast near Terrell. So I'm going to keep watch on that tornado warning. But you saw that another tornado warning just went off just west of that near Glen Rose, Walnut Springs, Iredell, and let me see that in Hicko. Let's take a look at the information from National Weather Service. The counties included in this warning. Tornado warning for Somerville County in north central Texas, northeastern Hamilton County in central Texas, southeastern Earth County in north central Texas, and northwestern Bosque County in central Texas until 5:15 p.m. Central Time as well, just like the other one. Take a look at storm relative velocity, see if we have any spin with this. And we do. I can definitely see some rotation here. It's rather broad, though. It's not that tight one we saw with the previous signature that I was just showing you, how you saw those red and green colors definitely right together, pressing against each other. Here, you don't really see that too much. A little bit there, just southeast, just south, I should say, of Hicko in central Texas. A little tornado signature there. It's rather broad. We'll see if it tightens up or gets any worse. See the debris signature, any debris showing up? Now there is definitely some debris showing up here. I know it's a little further to the east than it was showing on the radar, and sometimes the radar updates different products at different times. So the radar itself, the one you usually see all the time, can be about 2 minutes faster than the storm relative velocity, which I was showing you. So this tornado is moving east by northeast. You can see that debris signature to the eastern side of that. So do have some debris showing up. The rotation isn't very strong, but keep an eye on that very closely. And those are the counties. If you live in any of those counties or the cities listed here, get to your tornado safe place immediately. We're going to have a lot of this throughout tonight. I'm expecting much more tornado warnings. Expect much more than this, much more widespread area as well. We were having a lot of tornado warnings, as I said earlier, in Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas region, when there really wasn't forecasted to be tornadoes in that region. So that was a surprise to a lot of folks and a lot of people up there. So thankfully we don't have any more tornado warnings in those regions, though I'll keep an eye on that very closely. Have a few severe thunderstorm warnings. I shouldn't say a few, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. I do believe this is 4 of them in northwestern Arkansas and very eastern Oklahoma. That's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings to go through. So I'm going to list the cities here in Winslow, Stillwell, Fayette, Springdale, Bentonville. If you live in those areas, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. The yellow box there that you're seeing, you're inside of that. And that squall line is moving east. Let's see how fast that is moving. Moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So it'll be there very quickly. So if you live in any of these areas, make sure to get safe. Have a few storm reports too. Let me turn off the severe thunderstorm warnings so you can see the reports better. Here's one in northwestern Arkansas, a report of 1-inch hail in diameter. This was in Benton, Arkansas. That was the county, and this was via a trained spotter. So 1-inch hail has been reported. Let's see how much Gibson Ridge is showing. Looks like a little less than it originally was, a little less stronger, bigger hail than it originally was, though still some hail showing up, probably pea size if you are getting some near the Bentonville, Arkansas area. Do have another storm report. This is in southeastern Oklahoma, just west of Fort Smith, Arkansas. So this looks like it's going to skirt the northern suburbs of Fort Smith if you live in that area. A 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. This was in Sockawak County, Oklahoma. This was by emergency management, and this was the report, a spotter report of thunderstorm winds gusting to near 70 miles per hour, and also reported power poles and trees down in the town. So 70 mile per hour wind gust is associated with this squall line. So if you live anywhere in the severe thunderstorm warned area, make sure to get safe. You have 70 mile per hour winds with that squall line in this particular region. See what else we're going on in the Kansas, Missouri area. Let's go to the Springfield radar. I have one very big flash flood warning. That was the other one I was going to show you earlier until we got those 2 tornado warnings, which I'm still monitoring. Let's take a look at the rainfall we see in this area, what caused this flash flood warning. Looks like that is not showing up. Is the storm total showing up? There we go. Storm total rainfall in this area. Most areas within the flash flood area has got over 2 inches of rainfall so far. Not quite as much as we saw in Texas, though still quite a bit of rain. Let me list some of the counties under this flash flood warning in southwestern Missouri. National Weather Service in Springfield has issued a flash flood warning for Newton County in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Cedar County in southwestern Missouri, Polk County in southwestern Missouri, McDonald County in southwestern Missouri, western Berry County in southwestern Missouri, Lawrence County, western Greene County, eastern Jasper County, southwestern Missouri, and also Dade County in southwestern Missouri. And this is in effect until 8 p.m. Central Time tonight. So got some time until that expires. And it's also got some bad news. We have more rain coming for that region. So expect higher totals, maybe 4 to 5 inches just with this round of rain. We could even have more later on. So not good news for those flash flood warned areas in southwestern Missouri. Be safe if you live there. So a little further to the north, don't have any warnings at this time, but we do have some wintry precip going on here. Yeah, I was talking about tornadoes, flash flooding, severe thunderstorms, and to the north side of it, we have snow, sleet, and freezing rain. Yeah, very dynamic system, very massive system too. Pretty much the entire eastern half of the United States is going to see something, some sort of precipitation from this event. I'll have the future radar in just a bit. You see we got 30s, low 30s, and mid 20s in this region. Have some freezing rain. There's a freezing rain report of 1/10 of an inch of ice. This was via emergency management. Reported power lines down due to the combination of freezing rain and strong winds. And that's going to be a big problem for places like Kansas City, Chicago, Detroit. You could be dealing with a lot of flash, or I should say, freezing rain with this event, this winter storm we're going to be having. And this is going to be continuing for hours. Over 1/2 inch of ice could be expected with Winter Storm Isaiah, so not good news there. A little further to the north, dealing with some snow fall in eastern Nebraska and Iowa. A few reports of 1 to 2 inches. Total through 4 p.m. Friday. Have another report in southwestern Iowa, 1.5 inches. In southeastern Nebraska of 2.4 inches in Gage County. So that's about it for Winter Storm Isabel for now, but we're going to have a lot more snow yet to come. Going to have a second round of snow that will be working its way on into portions of the Ohio Valley and Plains. So let me go back to those 2 tornado warnings we've been dealing with in Texas, and this is just 2 of many more to come tonight for Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and more areas. Take a look at this one in eastern Texas, the one we were seeing before, the Gun Barrel City tornado warning. See if we have any change in the rotation. Go back a few frames now. See, we had rotation there, then the National Weather Service issued a tornado warning, and that rotation is still there, a little broader than it originally was, though it's still there. It's just east of the city of Rice now. So if you live in Rice, a tornado is right around your area. Hopefully it will soon exit that area, though it'll eventually enter Roser, Oak Grove, and Kemp. So if you live in those areas, keep that in mind. Any debris showing up? No debris yet. Though if we do trace back the radar, there's a little bit of blue showing up, and that could be some light debris. So not incredibly well-defined debris signature showing up here, though we do still have some. We have a small debris signature showing up. So have to keep an eye on that. Also, the other tornado warning over here just southwest of Dallas, and if this did continue its current track, it would go into the city of either Fort Worth or Dallas. Let's take a look at this tornado warning. This is in the area of Walnut Springs in Ardell. Take a look at storm relative velocity. Little better, closer, tighter rotation than before near the Idell area. I've also a report of a 3/4 inch of hail in Hamilton County, Texas. This was a public source. Nickel-sized hail reported by social media. So we still have some rotation going on here. Still rather broad, not very tight like it was before. And also, take a look at the debris signature. Go back a few frames. Do have some debris showing up on the radar. Not quite as intense as it originally was. They'll still have some showing up. I've monitored these 2 tornado warnings and also winter storm Izzo. So I'll keep an eye on these 2 tornado warnings and all the severe thunderstorm warnings associated with just gigantic storm. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I'll be back in a little bit with an update and brand new information from the National Weather Service on these 2 tornado warnings, and I will be here immediately if we get a new tornado warning of any kind. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather.
Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: Central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: Central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the
weather forecaster Liam back with you again with more live severe storm coverage on TRA weather. Right now we're monitoring 2 tornado warnings, 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 6 flash flood warnings. Thankfully the 2 tornado warnings are just in Texas. We don't have any more of them, so that is good news, though I don't expect that to continue throughout tonight. I'm expecting a lot more tornado warnings across Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and portions of Oklahoma. So let's take a look at these 2 tornado warnings we have right around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So if you live in the suburbs of Dallas or Fort Worth, you want to keep an eye on these 2 tornado warnings. So here's the one we were watching before near Gun Barrel City. Take a look at the storm relative velocity to see if we still have very good rotation. And actually, after looking at this, looks like the rotation is starting to weaken a little. So that's good news. Let's go back a few frames to when this tornado warning was first issued. See right there in southeast of the city of Rice in Texas, you see that the colors of blue and red close together. That is an indication of wind going towards the radar site and away from the radar site. So you're able to detect tornadoes using that, and it's rather close to each other, which is a signification of tornado. Forward to about now, you see that tornado signature just really start to die. The blues and the reds kind of fade away and they separate apart from each other. So that is good news if you live in Oak Grove, Huffman, or near the Kemp area. Though don't put your guard down just because the rotation isn't quite as tight as it used to be. There is still an active tornado warning from the National Weather Service. So if you live in any of these areas, still monitor this tornado warning. And I'll say the current counties still under this warning. Tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time for southern Cookman, northwestern Henderson, east central Ellis, and northeastern Navarro counties in Texas near the Dallas area. So we got that one tornado warning. We also just got a brand new tornado warning. I'll take a look at that in 1 second. This is just southwest of the Fort Worth area in Texas. So a lot of tornadoes in the Dallas-Fort Worth area right now. We have 3 currently tornado warnings in total, all in this general area. So here's the Walnut Springs, Glen Rose tornado warning. Let's take a look at the storm relative velocity here near Walnut Springs, Glen Road, and Glass, Texas. Really not seeing too much of anything here, which is good news. I'll take this radar back a few frames. You can kind of see where that the tornado signature was just southwest of Iredell in Texas. Go forward, you see it gets a little tighter, starts to widen out a little, weakens, widens out more, and near the Walnut Springs, not much of any rotation showing up on the radar right now. Though we did have some debris. Let's take a look at that. Do we still have some? It is showing up a little bit. That could be just because, let me go to the radar real quick. That could just be because of the gust front we're having. Sometimes, like lawn furniture and miscellaneous debris gets moved around because there are such strong winds with this line of storm. So that could be why we're seeing that on correlation coefficient debris radar. So thankfully, it looks like that might be the case. Hope it is. Though still an active tornado warning. Let's take a look at the counties. As you see, the cities are up there right now. Tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Time for Somerville, southeastern Earth, and northwestern Bosque counties in Texas. And we're going to go to this brand new tornado warning just north of the one I was just showing you. And also a quick note, over here, just southeast of Dallas, that tornado warning has been canceled. As I saw, there wasn't really much rotation at all with that storm. So that's good news. The National Weather Service has not let that expire. They have canceled it. Though that storm could still produce a tornado later on. So definitely keep an eye on that cell. So let's go to this new tornado warning just southwest of Fort Worth, Texas, in the taller Gornberry area. Let's take a look at the latest info from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning for northern Hood County in north central Texas until 5:30 p.m. Central Time. That's here's a look at the areas. If you live in any of those cities, you want to get to your tornado safe place. That is the lowest level of your home and the most interior level of your home as well, whether that be a bathroom, a closet, or the lowest part of your basement. Let's see if we have any rotation with this. Looks to be a small amount right here in the very western part, just north of Toller, Texas. Having some light green and red showing up. Just got a new scan here. Not too much different from the last one. There is slight rotation. It's very broad, though National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. Do we have any debris showing up? Possibly a little bit there. That could also be radar clutter there. In fact, I do believe that is radar clutter, so not really much of a debris signature showing up with this. And thankfully, the rotation is rather weak, though nonetheless still a tornado warning for this area in Texas and that county. So if you live in those areas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place immediately. Also dealing with 7 severe thunderstorm warnings and 7 flash flood warnings. This squall line is dumping a lot of rain to the areas in Texas and also Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and Kansas. Let's take a look really quick at these severe thunderstorm warnings in central Texas. Got some pretty decent line here, showing some pinks and even some blues showing up, and that's an indication of a hail core. Let's put on the hail real quick. Yeah, a little over 1.5 inches in diameter hail up there in the sky. So pea-sized hail, maybe even quarter-sized hail falling with this near the Leno and the Fredericksburg area. Also got a pretty good hail core with that one as well. So you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Also to the north here, though those hail cores aren't as impressive as the ones near Fredericksburg and Leno. So those are the severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas and the 2 tornado warnings we currently have in effect. They're all central in eastern Texas. We have some flash flood warnings and some flood reports coming in from people like you and also emergency management and law enforcement. Let's take a look at these 2 flash flood reports real quick. Let me turn off the flash flood in the radar so we have a better view. Flash flood report in southeastern Oklahoma. This was in Pontotoc County, Oklahoma. Source was emergency management. It was the description is ponding on roadways and water across the roads and in the flood warned area of that county. So have some water on the roadways and across the sidewalks and such like that. Another report of flash flooding a little to the southwest of that report, though still in Oklahoma. This is in Love County, Oklahoma. This was by Broadcast Media, and this was in SH32 in Marietta is closed west of I-35 due to water on the roadway. So again, multiple reports of water on the roadways in Oklahoma near the I-35 area. So let me turn back on the radar here and look at the flash flood warnings. And you see that those reports are under those flash flood warnings. As I go to the storm total rainfall, I have a lot of rainfall has fallen in northeastern Texas. Getting most areas here getting over 4.5 inches, even over 5 inches of rainfall within a very short period of time. Really doesn't matter where you live. If you get 5 inches of rainfall within about a half an hour, you're going to experience some flash flooding, as some people in northeastern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma are dealing with right now. That continues into eastern Oklahoma near the Fort Smith, Arkansas area. In fact, got 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, one in northwestern Arkansas near the Fayetteville area in Fort Smith, though you are not included in that severe thunderstorm warning, Fort Smith, and some more flood reports and hail reports in southwestern Missouri and northwestern Arkansas. Let's take a look at these hail reports. 1-inch hail in Centerton, Arkansas. This was in Benton County, and the source was public, probably from the squall line, though it looks like since then the intensity has weakened a little. David McClam, where is the heavy snow for Youngstown, Ohio? Now, I do believe that there won't be much snow, if any, that falls for Youngstown, Ohio during this winter storm, though you can definitely experience some rainfall, though thankfully I don't think it's going to be severe from Winter Storm Isaiah. And we just got a brand new tornado warning right as I was over the northwestern Arkansas area for the Fayetteville area in northwestern Arkansas. Let's take a look at this tornado warning, the latest info from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for northern Madison County in northwestern Arkansas, central Carroll County in northwestern Arkansas, northeastern Washington County in northwestern Arkansas until 5:45 p.m. Central Time. So just got a brand new tornado warning right from the National Weather Service for the Fayetteville area within that squall line that we're dealing with. Take a look at storm relative velocity, see if I'm on the right radar site so I can see a better look at this. Actually, let's go to the Springfield radar site so we can get a better look at this tornado warning. In fact, that is not giving me a better image. Let's go back to the eastern Oklahoma radar site. Sorry about that. All right, so I am seeing a small notch just southeast of the city of Fayetteville in Arkansas. Not incredibly well-defined rotation, though rotation nonetheless. Have winds of 24 miles an hour in one direction and then 22 miles an hour, but in the exact opposite direction. So small tornado signature, nothing crazy right now, though tornado signature nonetheless, and no debris signature showing up as of this time. And the blues you're seeing there is just radar clutter, so not debris signature in this area. So if you live in those counties I listed or any of these cities near here, like the Elkins, Huntsville, Clifty, Hinsville area in northwestern Arkansas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place immediately. And only 2 tornado warnings right now, one in northwestern Arkansas and one in Texas for Hood County. So that tornado warning south of Hood County has since been canceled because it would have expired in about 10 minutes from now. So National Weather Service has canceled that tornado warning. I'll keep a very close eye on both those tornado warnings, but before I get back to those, we have some flash flood reports in southwestern Arkansas. Have 4 flood reports, so a lot of people reporting flooding. This was in Barry County, Missouri, I should say. This was by Train Spotter. Report of street flooding near Winton City Park in the city of Winton, Missouri. Some flooding going on there. There's also a report of flash flood in Barry County, Missouri. This was by Amateur Radio. Report of street flooding near Highway 60 in Monette. 2 other reports of flash flooding. Report of water over the roadway on Highway V near Road 33. Also another one of flash flooding over Farm Road 45 near Farm Road 36 along Sugar Creek. This was in Greene County, Missouri. Both of those were from Greene County, Missouri. And you can see a lot of 2 ginormous flash flood warnings in effect for that portion of Missouri. As you can see, as I put up the flash flood, or I should say the rainfall totals, over 2 inches of rainfall has fallen for some of these areas, 2.5 inches even in some areas. And sadly, as I go back to the radar, we have even more rain to come for these areas, so not a good situation at all. Though this storm system, this ginormous storm system, is not just producing severe storms and flash flooding. Winter Storm Isaiah is to the north of here, and most areas are going to be getting a pretty good amount of snowfall, good freezing rain, and also a lot of sleet. We have some reports of freezing rain. Actually, we have a new report here in central Kansas of freezing rain. 1/4 of an inch of ice so far has fallen in this area. This was by Broadcast Media. Cake Media shared a photo with a 1/4 of an inch of ice, which has accumulated on branches. Not good scenario there. Freezing rain could be very dangerous. In fact, sometimes it's even more dangerous than multiple inches of snow because sometimes you can't even see the freezing rain on the streets until till you start losing control with your car or slip, and that we do not want to happen at all. Some freezing rain, as you can see, showing up in the purple, sleet in the pink, and snow in the blue for northwestern Missouri and northeastern Kansas. Not too much going on in Nebraska right now, maybe in the very eastern portion of Nebraska. Again, some reports of 1 to 2 inches of snow. And in Iowa, dealing with some snow. In fact, very heavy snow according to the radar as we get further into Iowa, and some freezing rain and sleet to the southeastern portion of that. You can see all these temperatures in the Iowa region showing 32 degrees or colder. So it may not look like snow, or it may not look like snow falling. It may just look like normal rain, though it's 32 degrees outside. So that rain is freezing on contact with the ground because it is 32 degrees, freezing or colder. So got some snow going on there with some freezing rain. Go over to the eastern Iowa and Illinois region. More freezing rain going on in southeastern Iowa, maybe even getting into some portions of northwestern Illinois and southern Wisconsin at this time, though not very heavy for those regions as of right now. So let's take a look at the future radar forecast, and this is from the NAM 3CAM model for the eastern half of the United States. I'm going to start a little later on tonight, right around 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern time. We're looking at the radar, the eastern half of the United States. You see there's that squall line we're dealing with currently in eastern Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas region, and some freezing rain, sleet, and snow in the northern side of it. That's Winter Storm Isaiah in Iowa, Wisconsin, and eastern Nebraska and Kansas. Go forward to midnight tonight. See, that squall line just gets bigger and more intense the further east it goes. And I think this is when we're going to be dealing with a lot of tornadoes embedded within that squall line. All the conditions are there to produce a lot of tornadoes, especially for the very eastern Texas, central and southern Arkansas, and about the entire state of Louisiana region. So if you live in those areas, keep a very close eye on that. So also dealing with some snow for Wisconsin, and also still some snow and freezing rain for Iowa and Missouri, and just some normal rain to the north of that. Though very heavy, some flash flooding is expected in regions like Missouri, Illinois, and also Arkansas. Forward to tomorrow morning, right around 7 a.m., the squall line continues to make its way eastward into portions of Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, though a little further to the north of Kentucky, it's not going to be very severe, just going to be rain. Now you see that line showing up right there on the back end, some snow showing up, and that will be the main snow we're going to get from Winter Storm Isaiah. See some snow possibly as far south as Texas. So yeah, if you're the same area is getting severe thunderstorms now and possibly some tornadoes later, are going to possibly be ending with some snow on the back end. That's really incredible for Texas. And also some snow for and freezing rain. Going to have a lot of that too for portions of Oklahoma, Kansas, Arkansas, maybe even Arkansas, Missouri, and also Iowa and Wisconsin and Illinois. Forward to tomorrow afternoon, squall line continues to push its way eastward. I don't think it'll be quite as severe as it will be later on tonight, right around the 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. range. Though don't get me wrong, this is a very dangerous and strong line of storms. So even if it isn't as severe as it will be later on tonight, it's still going to bring a lot of heavy wind, hail, and tornadoes are still possible. What will we get in Ohio? Now, for the Ohio region, I do believe you're going to get some rain. In fact, the entire eastern half of the United States is going to see some sort of precipitation, unless you live in very southern Florida, from this ginormous storm system. Let's go forward a little more to Saturday evening. Now, for the Ohio area, parts of northern and northwestern Ohio could see some storms. That squall line moves eastward, though it's not going to be very severe for that region. Snow on the northern and western side of it, bringing a lot of sleet and snow to portions of Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri, and maybe even northern Arkansas. Forward to tomorrow night, right around midnight, as you asked Ohio getting some rain still, rather scattered, though nothing severe and no wintry precip as of this time. Forward again to Sunday morning, right around 7 a.m. So it looks like for the Ohio region, it looks like you guys are only going to get rain. Don't really see any snow don't really see getting any snow from Winter Storm Isaiah from this event. Maybe some light flurries in the northern portions of Ohio on the back end, but that would be it. Squall line continues to make its way eastward further on into the day. Sunday morning really starts the weekend by this time. The center of low pressure is now over New York State, bringing rain to those areas, and also could have some pretty good ice accumulations in Maine. As you see all that purple showing up, that's all sleet. So have to keep an eye on that, and also the ice accumulation for Michigan, Illinois, and Missouri, as your totals could get dangerously high, above a half an inch, maybe even more than that. So let's take a look at the current look at the National Weather Service hazards map. Let me reload this so we have the very latest information from the National Weather Service. You see just an incredible amount of stuff going on here. About every state is under some sort of advisory, watch, or warning, especially in the eastern half of the United States, where it's just all lit up with all sorts of colors. The areas shaded in purple are under a winter weather advisory, and the areas shaded in pink is under a winter storm warning. Also, the areas shaded in dark purple are under an ice storm warning. That's for portions of northern New York State and eastern Michigan. Almost includes the Detroit area. So if you live in the Detroit area, keep that in mind. And you see also showing up on the National Weather Service hazards map some yellow and pink showing up in portions of eastern Oklahoma and eastern Texas. That pink in Texas is not a winter storm warning. That's actually a severe thunderstorm watch that they issued that from the National Weather Service for when conditions are favorable for the severe thunderstorm development. And the area shaded in yellow is under a tornado watch, as we had that tornado warnings just recently in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The area shaded in green are all under either flash flood watches, or flood warnings. You see that covers much of the Ohio Valley and some of the plains area, and even portions of the south and southeast as well into Arkansas and northern Mississippi. And all the areas shaded in that grayish area is wind advisories, and that's from that squall line making its way eastward, going to bring some pretty good rainfall totals or wind to those areas. Some gusts could reach 45 to 50 miles per hour, and as you saw in eastern Oklahoma, got a 70 mile per hour wind gust. Hope that doesn't continue throughout the night. Hope that doesn't become a trend, though it's definitely possible, so keep that in mind. Also, some winter storm warnings, watches, and advisories in the far northwestern and northeastern portions of the United States. The ones in the northwestern portion of the United States is not associated with Winter Storm Isaiah. Just going to get some snow for that region up there. Right before I get back to the radar on those two tornado warnings, we still have those currently in effect for Arkansas and Missouri. And in fact, we have one for Missouri now. Let's get to that right now for Barry and Stone. I thought that was for Texas, but all tornado warnings in Texas have expired or have been canceled. Now we're just dealing with a tornado warning in northeastern Arkansas and now just south of Springfield, Missouri. Right in the severe thunderstorm flash flood watch area. Let's get the latest info on this tornado warning in southwestern Missouri near the Springfield area. National Weather Service in Springfield has issued a tornado warning for northern Stone County in southwestern Missouri, northeastern Barry County in southwestern Missouri until 5:30 p.m. Central Time. So you got a pretty good strong line here, getting some purple showing up, so very heavy rain here. Hail is definitely possible and expected as showing up on the radar over 1.5 inches in diameter up there in the sky. Though when it's hitting the ground, it's probably around quarter to pea-size hail, and don't have many reports of hail yet. So we'll have to wait for those reports. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity, see how tight this rotation is. We're rather close to the radar site. The radar site is in Springfield, Missouri. So have a bit more of a detailed look at the storm relative velocity, a little closer, a little more pixels to see how detailed it is. Getting a slight rotation just southeast of Hurley, east of Crane, and east of Elsie in southwestern Missouri. You can see some colors showing up, the orange and the green showing up, not so much green, though do have some green there. 41 miles per hour one direction, and 5 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction. So I do believe that tornado, that possible tornado, is right around there. Take a look at the correlation coefficient, see if we have any debris. That looks to be radar clutter, though that right there may be some debris just east of Elsie in southwestern Missouri, though I can't totally confirm that as there is a lot of radar clutter because we are so close to the radar site, harder to make out. So if you live in any of those areas I listed, any of the cities or the counties, you want to go to your tornado safe place. That is the most interior level of your home, the lowest level of your home, whether that be the bathroom, closet, or your basement. Get to that immediately if you are in those areas. This area is also under a flash flood warning and a severe thunderstorm warning at the same time. So not good for southwestern Missouri. But northwestern Arkansas, we're also dealing with a tornado warning. Been dealing with this one for about 10 to 15 minutes now. This is now east of the Fayetteville area, now in the Huntsville and Berryville area in northwestern Arkansas. Let's see how tight the rotation is with this storm. In fact, let me go to the eastern Oklahoma radar site near Tulsa to get a better look at the storm, if I can see that. Yeah, I do have some rotation still, about the same as before, actually, maybe a little more intense than before, just right around the Spring Valley, Hinsville area in northwestern Arkansas. You see some blue showing up, that's 41 miles per hour in one direction, and some orange, 41 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction. So that tornado is right around the Hinsville, Spring Valley region, and this is moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. It'll eventually make its way into the areas of Clifty, Alabama, maybe even a little north of Huntsville area in northwestern Arkansas. So if you live in those areas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. Any debris showing up? Thankfully, no, according to this radar site. So that's good news. So we got those two tornado warnings going on right now in southwestern Missouri and northwestern Arkansas, and we just got a brand new tornado warning for Texas. Let's get right to that. This is a rather small and narrow tornado warning. This was with that rather strong squall line I showed you earlier, where we were getting reports of some hail, some quarter-size and pea-size hail. Looks like this squall line has now produced a tornado warning from the National Weather Service. Let's get the latest info on this. National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Burnett County and south central Texas, the only county under this warning, until 5:45 p.m. Central Time. Let's take a look at this with storm relative velocity. Yeah, I do have definitely some rotation here. You see a little clip here where we got that green and red as I was showing you before. That's where that tornado is most likely at this time. No major cities are showing up on my radar that are included in this tornado warning, so that's good news. So this is moving northeast at about 44 to 45 miles per hour. So it may work its way over to the land passes and Campiner area. So if you live in those areas in Texas, be on guard. You may not be under a tornado warning right now, though a tornado is in your vicinity and it may reach your location within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Any debris showing up with this? Possibly a little bit here. I have a ball of blue showing up. Usually when we start seeing the yellows and reds, that's a better indication of debris. Though this dark blue showing up definitely could be some light debris. Nothing crazy right now. And let's hope it stays that way. And this tornado warning either gets canceled or expires for the central portion of Texas. I have two reports of hail just south of here of half an inch and over an inch in diameter in the Llano County, Texas area. Public report of half dollar size hail south of Llano from Facebook and report from an M-pane, half-inch hail in diameter. We've got those 3 tornado warnings right now, and these storms are producing a lot of wind, hail, and flooding. So we get a lot of power outages from these storms, and also Winter Storm Isaiah. So let's take a look at the current national power outage map, see if we have any power outage events going on. We do have a minor outage event in California, not related with this storm system. Then we do have a minor outage event in Texas. Get a better look at Texas from the poweroutage.us map. Have some outages in some select counties right around where that squall line was. So this is because of the storm. Erith County, as we had before that, I do believe was under that tornado warning and has some power outages. So may have had a tornado in that region according to poweroutage.us, or just some very strong winds. Currently 2,664 customers are out, and that is not people, that is customers. One customer is one household. You can have multiple people in one household. So I'd say about 5,000 to 6,000 people, maybe more, are without power in Erith County. In the northeastern portion of Texas, also have a few outages in the county of Rains, Dallas County, Wise County. You have some outages, though nothing really outstanding at this time. I'll keep an eye on the power outage map, just dealing with that minor outage event in the state of Texas. Right now, 2 tornado warnings now. Looks like one was canceled, not the one in Texas, though. Still dealing with that one in Texas as of this time. And the one in southwestern Missouri, the Springfield area, there is no longer a tornado warning for your area. Though we still have that one in northwestern Arkansas, I will monitor that very closely. You're watching live severe storm coverage of this ginormous storm and also Winter Storm Isle from TRA Weather. I'll be back in a little bit with brand new information from the National Weather Service on all the warnings across the United States, and I will be right here if we get a brand new tornado warning. You're watching live storm coverage on TRA Weather.
thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts
Hey everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam back with you again with more live severe storm coverage and live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah on TRA Weather. And I'm back with another update, and we were having still two continuing tornado warnings, one in northwestern Arkansas and one in southeastern central Texas. And those just both either got canceled or expired. So that is good news if you live in northwestern Arkansas or that portion of Texas. Though we just got one brand new tornado warning in Texas. Let's get to that one right now. And this is right around, again, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. In fact, some of the tornado warning does include the Fort Worth area, and this is incredibly close to the radar site. So we're probably going to get a very good image of this tornado warning in particular. Take a look at the latest info from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a tornado warning for northern Johnston County in north central Texas, southeastern Tarrant County in north central Texas until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. So here it is. It is moving northeast, or I should say, about northeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. It'll be in just east of Fort Worth, or the eastern suburbs of Fort Worth, in about 10 to 15 minutes. And it could actually go right in between the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So a large population of people here with this tornado warning going right for major populated areas. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity right now. This is very close to the radar site, so it's probably gonna give us a very good image, and yes, very good image indeed. Right here, that is where that tornado is. You can kind of see where it wraps a little, just northwest of Joshua right there. 10 miles per hour in one direction and 42 in the exact opposite direction. I do believe that is where that tornado warning is. The debris signature might show up not very well. In fact, may have a little bit of a debris signature actually, because that's right where I thought that rotation is. So could have some debris with this. Looks to be some debris. Let me go to a further away radar site, not in the Fort Worth area. A little bit to the west now, see what we have going on here. And yes, that was a debris signature showing up on the Fort Worth radar site. You can see right near the Joshua area, you can see those yellows and oranges and reds showing up. That is a very well-defined debris signature with this tornado warning. Still seeing the same sort of rotation. A little lagging behind because this still needs to update. Hopefully it'll update as it says in 7 seconds. Though pretty good rotation here, 47 miles per hour in one direction and 17 in the exact opposite direction. And this is again moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So if you live in the Dallas-Fort Worth area in Texas, there is a tornado warning heading for that area. So take cover now, go to the most interior, lowest level of your home, whether that be a closet, bathroom, or just the lowest interior part of your basement. Keep a very close eye on that. Again, it's going to a very heavily populated area. It's already in a pretty heavily populated area, so very close eye on that indeed. So let's take a look really quick. I'm going to turn off all the warnings and flash flood warnings and also the radar itself. And I'm going to go to my place file manager. I'm going to re-show that so it pops up in front. We're going to take a look at the Storm Prediction Center watches across the United States. I'm going to zoom this out very far so you can all see it. I'll turn off the temperature so we can see it a little better. So here's that watch area. I'll go a little further to the south first. And that area shaded in that pinkish color is under a severe thunderstorm watch. So conditions in that area are favorable for producing severe thunderstorms. So anywhere in this South Texas, the San Antonio, Austin area, you are under a severe thunderstorm watch. Now the area shaded in yellow, which covers a very good portion of northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Oklahoma, much of Arkansas, and even into portions of Missouri, southern Missouri, where we did have that tornado warning near the Springfield area, is under a tornado watch. So conditions are favorable for tornadoes. And we just got a brand new tornado warning in Missouri, right at the edge of this. Let me turn on tornado warning. Yep, it is in that tornado watch area on the very edge, but in the watch area nonetheless. So let me redo my radar, turn back on the temperature, the radar itself, and the warnings. Let's take a look at that brand new tornado warning in Missouri. Now I'm keeping a very close eye on that Fort Worth, Dallas tornado warning because, again, very heavily populated area where that is. So here is that brand new tornado warning just northeast of Springfield, almost in the vicinity area. And you can see right here the Stratford area, Fair Grove, Marsfield are under a tornado warning. Let me turn off the flash flood and severe thunderstorm warning so we can get a better view at this. Let's take a look at the latest info from the National Weather Service on this. Tornado warning for northern Webster County in southwestern Missouri, northeastern Greene County in southwestern Missouri. Second time Greene County has been under a tornado warning tonight. And this is until 6:15 p.m. Central Time. See if we have any rotation very close to the Springfield radar site, so probably going to get a pretty good signature here. Yes, I do believe that is right here, just southwest of the Stratford area. See those blues and reds kind of meeting up in that region. And let me put on two panels. That's when we have two different versions of the radar up at once. Here's a little lack of DBZ rank there, just southwest of the Stratford area, and got some spin right where I think that tornado warning, that actual tornado itself is. So looks like we do have a small tornado signature here. It's a little broad, though have some stronger winds a little outside of that region, so have to keep an eye on that. See if it gets tighter and more intense as the tornado warning continues to make its way northeastward at about 50 miles per hour. So saying 52 knots, around 50 to 55 miles per hour in southwestern Missouri. Now, do we have any debris? Maybe a little hard because this is very close to the radar site. That is all radar clutter, all that wind, that gust front coming through. That is what's causing all that to show up on the radar. So going to have to go to a different one. Do we have one near this site? Not really. I don't think that one near Kansas City will show any better. Though no debris signature as I could see, and a little bit of rotation near the Stratford area. So if you live in those counties I listed or any of the cities in this region inside that red box that is under a tornado warning, get to your tornado safe place. We also just got upgraded. Tornado warning in Texas is now, as you can see, it has a white outline now. That is an indication of a tornado report. So this has been reported. So someone has seen this tornado on the ground. So we have reports of an active tornado right now just south of the Fort Worth and southwest of the Dallas area, heading into that area. So let's see, again, a look at storm relative velocity. Yeah, you can see on the radar here that green kind of hooking around and meeting up with that orange color, which is the wind going way in towards the radar site. So definitely got a tornado signature here. Some debris showing up, not quite as much as before, though the tornado signature has remained about the same. I'm going to turn back on base reflectivity, which you're seeing right now, and I'm going to take going to put on the spotter network and all the storm prediction center reports and also MPAIN reports from people like you. See if we have any additional reports in this area as my spotter network place file loads. Going to wait for that, though nothing from the storm prediction center, MPAIN, or spot request reports. Don't have any of that right now. Spotter network is still loading. I will wait for that to load. And while I do, let's, oh wait, no, it just loaded. Take a look at that. See if we have any reports of a tornado in the region from spotters. Have multiple spotters in this region, though none have reported a tornado from the National Spotter Network. So none right now, though I'll keep an eye on that. And before I go to the future radar, I'm going to show you one quick thing really quick on all the lightning the storm is producing. I'm actually going to turn off the radar because this is just an insane amount of lightning to look. You can see all the way from southern Texas, all the way to northeastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, and even further into Missouri, even into Illinois. Yeah, a lot of lightning with this storm system. And also some snow. Let's take a look at that real quick. Hello, Missy Harris. Welcome to live storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah and also its severe side on TRA Weather. Thanks for tuning in. So, again, about Winter Storm Isaiah, it has already fallen about an inch or two of snow in some portions of the Ohio Valley and Plains area. Let's take a look at that. Let's go to the northwestern Missouri radar site, and I'll get back to those 2 tornado warnings in just a second, because those are 2 very important tornado warnings we got going on, especially the one in Texas. Nothing much going on here. In fact, I got the wrong radar site. That is a airport radar site. Now we're in eastern, I do believe this is Kansas. Eastern Kansas, temperatures are freezing or below freezing. Have some sleet and freezing rain showing up, not very heavy though, near the Kansas area. The Kansas City area as well, temperatures hover just around freezing. And a little further to the north in eastern Nebraska, got some snow falling here. Temperatures in the upper teens, so very cold in this region. A little further more to the east, and man, I got a lot of colors suddenly showing up here. Have dark blues showing up. Got pink, dark purple showing up. That's all snow, sleet, and freezing rain. And there's going to be a lot of freezing rain with Winter Storm Isaiah. Going to have some accumulations up over a half an inch of ice. And you may think, oh, a half an inch of ice, that's not a lot of anything. Though freezing rain in particular, all you really need is a tenth of an inch of ice to cause a lot of problems. And when you're talking of upwards of a half an inch of ice, that's going to cause some serious issues. So you have to monitor that for the Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, and Michigan area, especially for the cities of Kansas City, Iowa City, maybe even the Des Moines area, Chicago, Detroit. Have to watch out for that. Heavy snow coming down for portions of Iowa, though to the southeastern portion, getting some sleet and freezing rain mixing in, and also maybe just some plain old rain in the very southeastern portion of Iowa. Go into Illinois, precipitation's not quite made its way into northern Illinois yet, though central and southern Illinois got some heavy rain going on. In fact, a report of a quarter inch of hail in that region. Looks like in Wisconsin, starting to deal with some snow now from Winter Storm Isaiah. Getting some snow near the Baraboo, Beaver Dam, Watertown, Madison, Dodgeville area. And a little to the south of that, there is some freezing rain being reported according to the radar. And I'm looking at some of the temperatures in these areas, and that seems to be pretty accurate. So snow is falling from Winter Storm Isaiah, and this is actually just going to be the very beginning. We're going to have another huge round of snow that's going to come by. That's going to dump most of the precipitation, most of the sleet, freezing rain, and snow to those regions. So here's a look at tonight. This is kind of currently now. Let me go a few frames forward. This is about now. You can see that squall line in the south central portion of the United States, bringing heavy rain, severe thunderstorms to Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, and Texas, and you saw that snow on the northern side in the Iowa, Wisconsin area. Forward to midnight tonight, actually 1 a.m. tonight going into tomorrow, squall line gets more intense. In fact, I do believe midnight tonight to 5 a.m. tomorrow morning is when the squall line is going to be at its strongest. So places like very eastern Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, southern Missouri, you're going to have the full strength of the squall line. Tornadoes are going to be embedded within that. Strong hail, damaging winds are expected. In fact, I'm going to show you really quick the TRA weather torcons that are updated. And this is for today. Areas of, well, I should say that none of the torcons are currently up for the south central portion of the United States. It's just highlighted in red because some areas have already seen tornadoes. Can't really give torcons if you've already seen it. though you just ignore the Houston, Dallas, and Little Rock torcons. Those have gone up slightly in those regions. So if you live in the red shaded area for tonight, like Kansas City, even Kansas City, Oklahoma, Little Rock, Dallas, Houston, expect tornadoes. And go to Saturday, tomorrow, see the torcons are up here, have now an upgraded torcon of 7 for New Orleans area and also the southwestern Missouri and southern Arkansas. Have a torcon of 6 for the city of Little Rock. That's a very high torcon. Also a torcon of 6 for southeastern Missouri, central and southern Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle. 5 a little to the northwest of that in Arkansas, northern Mississippi, western Tennessee, and very southeastern Missouri. And a torcon of 3 for the next major city for Atlanta. Got a torcon of 3, and just torcons of 3 and 4 around the region in the southeast. Missy Harris, how many tornadoes are there? Currently, there's 2 tornado warnings right now. They have both been reported, one in Missouri and one in Texas. I'm going to go back to those in just a second. And we've had multiple tornadoes throughout the day. I've really lost count. There's probably been upwards of 20 to 25 tornado warnings we've had so far, and we have many more to come throughout tonight and into tomorrow, maybe even into Sunday. So let's go back to the future radar real quick. Then I'm going to get an update on those 2 tornado warnings. Go forward to tomorrow morning, right around 6, 7 a.m. Eastern time. Squall line continues to make its way eastward. Starting to maybe lose a little strength, but it was a very strong squall line. So even if it does lose a little strength, tornadoes, strong winds, large hail, still possible. And you see that snow showing up now, like that small band on the back end. That's actually going to be the main event from Winter Storm Isaiah. Getting some snow and sleet across maybe even portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and Iowa. Forward to tomorrow afternoon, you see that squall line continues to make its way eastward further on into the southeastern portion of the United States, bringing snow on the back end to portions of Oklahoma, even Arkansas, where they are currently under tornado warnings, or they were under tornado warnings, and Missouri, Iowa, and Illinois and Wisconsin. You see all that purple showing up? That's all sleet. And those could lead to some pretty decent ice accumulations for areas like Missouri, northern Illinois, and central and southern Michigan. Have to keep an eye on that. Hello, Alex. Welcome to live storm coverage on TRI Weather. Thanks for tuning in. Right now, I'm showing you the future radar, and this is for tomorrow afternoon. In fact, I'm going to go forward again a little later on into the evening hours. Squall line continues to make its way eastward. Still a very strong squall line, not quite as strong as it once was, working its way out of Alabama, central and western Tennessee, central and western Kentucky, and it's starting to get into the areas of the Florida Panhandle, Georgia, eastern Tennessee, and Kentucky. And really anything north of Kentucky is just going to be some decent rainfall. Not expecting really anything severe. So that center of low pressure is over Indiana, 1,001 millibars. Still bringing a lot of snow and sleet to Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, and Missouri. And we go forward one more time to tomorrow night at midnight. Sunday at midnight. Squall line really starts the weekend across Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia, and West Virginia. Though tornadoes are still possible at this time, not very likely. Though still have a chance for tornadoes, and still bringing some snow and sleet to the Ohio Valley. And places like northern Vermont, New Hampshire, and central northern Maine could end up with some pretty decent snow and ice accumulations, upwards of half an inch of ice and maybe even over a foot of snow for portions of Maine. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as the models go on and we go forward on into the future. So, right, I'm going to take a look at the National Weather Service hazards map and a power outage map. I'll look at that. But first, before I do that, I'm going to take a look at the 2 current tornado warnings we have right now. They have both been upgraded, as I said before, to tornado warning report. So this one is in southwestern Missouri, near the Springfield area is a reported tornado. That's why the outline is now white. Let's take a look at the storm relative velocity. Well, thankfully, after looking at this, not too much is showing up on the radar. I can't really pinpoint any area that has any sort of rotation signature showing up. And this radar image only has one frame back. So here's a tornado warning currently. Not really much showing up on the radar, which is good news, though it's still a tornado warning issued by the National Weather Service, still currently in effect. And the areas under this tornado warning, that is actually a tornado warning for northeastern Greene County is canceled. So if you lived in Greene County, that tornado warning has been canceled. Though a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Time for northwestern Webster County. So if you live in that area, make sure to stay in your tornado safe place if you haven't already gotten to it, because there's still a tornado warning for that area. Let's go to that tornado warning in Texas, the one I've really been keeping a close eye on because it is near heavily populated areas in the Fort Worth, Dallas area. So we have that tornado warning is right over the radar site, and in fact, even if it does get close to the radar site, it's not going to have it's going to have a better image if it gets close to the radar site, but if it's on top of it, it's going to have not a very good image. So I'm going to go to a different radar site, and I'm going to go to the one in a little bit to the west of here, the KDYX radar site. See, we got still a good view of this. Yep, this is just southeast of the Fort Worth area. Still tornado warning in effect for the Fort Worth area. In fact, the very southeastern portion of Fort Worth is under that tornado warning report. Also have a hail report of over 1.5 inches in diameter in Tarrant County, Texas by law enforcement. Pain pawn size hail reported at Everman High School. Not good at all. Very large hail and a tornado with this particular cell. Now it's a little further away from the radar site than I would, a little further away from the cell than I want to be for a radar site. Though still getting an image showing up here, right around the Forest Hill area, just very southeast of, just barely southeast of Fort Worth. Seeing that tornado signature here, 42 miles an hour in one direction and 6 miles per hour in the other direction. So I'm going to keep a very close eye on that. Debris signature probably isn't going to show up very well, though we do have a small debris signature still going on near the Forest Hill area. So this is an active reported tornado. So if you live in any of those areas, and I'm going to list them here, get to them. The tornado warning for north central Johnson and southeastern Tarrant counties. If you live in those areas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place immediately, and also the cities in the warned area: Forest Hill, Mansfield, Retta, Burleson, and Crawley, and even the Fort Worth area, and eventually further to the northeast in the Arlington and Webb area. So not good there. Heavily populated area and a reported tornado. Keeping a very close eye on that. And we just got a brand new tornado warning to the northeast of this one, not near the Dallas or Fort Worth area, a little further to the northeastern, very far northeastern Texas. This is just a normal tornado warning. This is not a tornado warning report. So let's take a look at this. This is for the cities of Commerce, Cooper, and Terra. Take a look at the counties. Looks like 3 counties are in this tornado warning. National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a tornado warning for northern Hopkins County in north central Texas, southeastern Lamar County in north central Texas, and Delta County in north central Texas until 6:45 p.m. Central Time. Take a look at storm relative velocity for this. Pretty good tornado signature showing up on the radar. North of Ridgeway, reports of 48 mile per hour winds in one direction and 17 in the exact opposite direction. Any debris showing up with this one? Yes, we do have a pretty good debris signature actually showing up in the Clendell, Cooper, Terra area, just northeast of Ridgeway, showing 65% on the correlation coefficient, which means 65% of everything in this pixel there's only 65% of the same object being registered by the radar. And what that means is there's only 65%, in this case, raindrops, and the other percentage left is something else. In this case, it would be flying debris. So it looks like there is definitely a tornado in this area. So if you live in those areas I listed, the cities and the counties, get to your tornado safe place immediately if you haven't already. The lowest level of your home, most interior level of your home, whether that be a bathroom, a linen closet, or your basement. Going to keep the radar up on this portion of northeastern Texas, monitoring 2 tornado warnings, one in very far northeastern Texas and one in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and also another one in Webster County, Missouri. Keep an eye on all 3 tornado warnings. I'll be back in about 10 minutes with a brand new update on all the tornado warnings and also updates from the National Weather Service. You're watching live severe storm coverage and also winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah on TRA Weather. I'll be back momentarily. right, Liam, back with you again. That tornado warning in the Fort Worth, Dallas area just got extended to portions of western Dallas and eastern Fort Worth, or the eastern half of Fort Worth, from this tornado warning that is about to expire in about 2 minutes. So, National Weather Service has added another warning to these areas, covering the actual Fort Worth area, North Richard Hills, Arlington, Ivory, and Grapevine areas. Take a look at the latest info from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service in Fort Worth has issued a tornado warning for eastern Tarrant County in north central Texas, northwestern Dallas County in north central Texas until 6:45 p.m. Central Time. Again, this is very close to the radar site. So going to go to a different one here, see if we still have a good view of this tornado warning in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Storm relative velocity. As we go back a few frames, we saw where that tornado was right around the Forest Hill area, showing up on radar. Moved a little further to the northeast. Thankfully, that rotation, according to the radar, has weakened a little. So that is good news for the people that are under this warning. Though still, the National Weather Service has extended this warning, and it covers portions of those counties I listed and the cities in this area. It also just got a new radar scan and about the same. I would say that the rotation is just northeast of Forest Hill, west of Darlinworth Gardens, and southwest of Arlington. So, do we have any debris signatures showing up? We did before. We had a small one, but right now it doesn't look like there is much of any debris signature at all, which is good news. Don't want to see that at all. So hopefully this tornado is weakening. Now, sometimes these tornadoes, they kind of regroup and they come back even stronger. I've seen that happen multiple times with tornadoes just like this one. So keeping an eye on that very closely. Still dealing with that tornado warning in northeastern Texas, far northeastern Texas. And that tornado warning that was in Missouri has been canceled and has, unless it's a brand new one. No, that one actually has been canceled. They have a brand new tornado warning in eastern Missouri, just west of the city of St. Louis by about 40 to 50 miles. And this is in the Warrenton Herman area. See some pink showing up on the radar, and that's an indication of some very heavy wind and probably some hail within that too. See the latest info from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning for southern Montgomery County in east central Missouri, northwestern Franklin County in east central Missouri, northeastern Osage County in central Missouri, central Warren County in east central Missouri, and northern Gasconade County in east central Missouri. And this is in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Time. Take a look at storm relative velocity, and pretty good area on the radar site. Thankfully, I'm not really seeing too much with this. I do see a small notch just west of Herman. You can kind of see that right there, that little notch of red going into that green. That could be where that tornado warning is. Nothing showing up on correlation coefficient debris signature radar. So if there is a tornado warning, thankfully, according to radar, it's very weak, though it's still a tornado warning. If you live in that area, make sure to get safe and get into your tornado safe place immediately. So that tornado warning is rather weak. Still monitoring the 2 tornado warnings in Texas, northeastern Texas. Keep an eye on those. So let's take a look at the current National Weather Service hazards map, where we're dealing with, as this loads, so I get the latest information, dealing with a whole bunch of really everything. You see the entire United States, almost every single state has some sort of watch, advisory, or warning. The area shaded in purple is under a winter weather advisory, and the area shaded in pink is under a winter storm warning. So you can see some of the areas includes the plains, the Ohio Valley, and also the far interior northwest and northeastern United States. The winter storm hazards in the northwest are not associated with this particular winter storm. But you see some pink in south central Texas. You're like, oh, there's a winter storm warning down there. No, it's just very close to the color what the winter storm warning color is. That's actually a severe thunderstorm watch because conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms to develop. And the area shaded in yellow is under a tornado watch that covers portions of northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, Arkansas, and southern Missouri. And I also do believe it covers portions of southeastern Oklahoma. It's just not showing up right now because all that green showing up is flash flood watches and flood watches. So that's overlapping the tornado watch. Bye, Missy Harris. Thanks for watching live storm coverage on TRA Weather. And also have some wind advisories across much of the Ohio Valley and southeastern portion of the United States. So we did have some power outage, a minor power outage event in Texas. So I reload the power outage map to see if we have any new outages for this across the United States. Thankfully, no, we don't, but we still do have that minor outage event in Texas. Let's go to the Texas area. So far, we have 13,796 outages for the state of Texas. Most of those are in the northeastern region of the state, right around where all those tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings are, and also one down here in Kennedy, but that is a rather small county with only 650 tracked, and 55 of those 650 are without power at this time. So I'm going to keep this radar up still. I'm going to keep a very close eye on the 3 tornado warnings we currently have, 2 in Texas and 1 in Missouri. Watching live severe storm coverage and live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah on TRA Weather. everyone, weather forecaster Liam back with you again with a quick update on the severe storm coverage I've been covering, and also Winter Storm Isaiah. Well, I was monitoring 3 tornado warnings. 2 were in Texas and 1 is in Missouri. Thankfully, as you see now, no tornado warnings are in effect in Texas, which is very good news. We have no tornado warnings in effect in Texas. Now, tornado warning that was in the Fort Worth, Dallas area has been canceled, I do believe, unless it just expired. Though no warning in these areas as of this time. You saw where that tornado warning was. As I go back a few frames, it was a tornado report near the Forest Hill area. You saw some rotation still with it. Started dying out, and as I said in my last update with this tornado warning, you saw that it just started really weakening. I said I didn't see much, and a few frames later, they dropped the warning, which is very good news. We don't have any reports of any tornadoes at this time. Actually, let me turn on the spotter network and the storm prediction center and MPAIN reports, see if we have any reports of any tornadoes. And yes, we do. This is from, let me clear this up slightly. I know it looks like a lot here. Let me see if I can make it look a little easier on the eyes. There we go. All these dots here are all spotters, and they submit reports occasionally. And as you see, it looks like we got 1 tornado report from a spotter. Let me get to that here. There we go. Reported by Jonathan Fay, and this was a report of a tornado. Power flashes observed to west of location. So a little east of the Fort Worth area, some power flashes were observed, possibly because of that tornado, though not totally confirmed as of this time. And the other reports we have are just a lot of rain and some other hail reports we have here. This was a hail report down here of pea-size hail, and also pea-size hail. So thankfully it isn't very large amount. Isn't very large hail, which is good news. But we do have some reports of flooding, actually. This is just in the center of Dallas-Fort Worth. This is a report of flash flood in Tarrant County, Texas. A source of emergency management. Fort Worth Fire Department responding to high water rescues near Hughley Hospital. So there's some water going on near the Fort Worth Hospital area. I also have a report of over 1.5 inch size hail in diameter. This was in Tarrant County. Also, law enforcement ping pong size hail reported at Everman High School. A pretty large hail, according to that report, though. It looks like it was short-lived, thankfully. At least got no more reports of hail like that. Also have one more flash flood report just southeast of the city of Decatur. This was in Wise County, Texas. Source was public, and the FM 2264 closed due to very high water. So got some flooding issues in northeastern Texas. Still had that tornado warning in Missouri, though we just got a brand new tornado warning for Illinois. Take a look at that, and actually this is an extension to that tornado warning that was in east central Missouri. So this is an extension to that tornado warning. It's in most of Missouri, but also goes a little bit into 2 counties in southwestern Illinois near the St. Louis area. It's actually just northwest of the St. Louis area. Some cities included are Warrenton, Montgomery City, the eastern part of Montgomery City, Sussex, and Troy. Those are the cities in that region. Let's take a look at the tornado warning extension. Let's see the counties. Tornado warning for Calhoun County in southwestern Illinois, southeastern Pike County in west central Illinois, northwestern St. Charles County in east central Missouri, Lincoln County, east central Missouri, northeastern Montgomery County in east central Missouri, northwestern Franklin County in east central Missouri, Warren County, east central Missouri, and southeastern Pike County in northeastern Missouri until 7:15 p.m. Central Time. And National Weather Service, as you're seeing here, has extended that tornado warning, so must have a decent signature showing up. Forward didn't have too much. As I go back a frame here, it was way over here near Herman, so a little bit of a nudge there. Really was not much at all. Go forward again, trying to see it. Do still see a small nudge. And as I look here, there's actually 2 little rotations I'm seeing here. One in just southwest of Warrenton, Let me zoom in a little more. See that the little notch there, the red and the green meeting up, and also one up here where the red and the green meet up a little more, just northeast of Pendleton. So two little notches of tornado. Possibly that may be why this warning is so big, because they are seeing those two notches, and they've extended that warned area to cover those possible two tornadoes, active tornadoes on the ground near the St. Louis, Missouri area. And it'll eventually make its way into Illinois if the tornado stays alive and the National Weather Service continues to issue warnings on this tornado warning. So these are the only two warnings we have at this time. So that's good. We don't have any more. We had, again, a lot earlier on this afternoon. We had 5, 6, 7, 8 tornado warnings at a time across Oklahoma and Kansas and also Arkansas and Missouri. So thankfully only dealing with 2 tornado warnings at this time, though dealing with a lot of severe thunderstorm warning and flash flood warnings. Let's take a look at some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. Got one west of St. Louis and east of Jefferson City for this line here, kind of bowing out, pretty strong straight line winds likely with that. Right around that tornado warned area. In fact, some of it is in that tornado warned area. South central Missouri, let me go to a different radar site so we get a little better view of this if it does go out that far. Let's go to the Kansas City radar. Here's a better view. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings for south central Missouri. Report of 1-inch hail in diameter and a report of flooding. I wonder if we have flash flood warning in this area. Yes, we do. Multiple, in fact. Flash flood report 2 miles north by northwest of Buffalo. This was in Dallas County, Missouri. The source was amateur radio, and the report of 3 to 6 inches of water. An incredibly huge amount of water for such a short period of time. Over 65 just south of 73 Junction near Buffalo, Missouri. A lot of water in this area. In fact, storm total rainfall. Actually, let me go to a different one that might show up a little better. This radar site isn't showing up very much. There's much more rain that has fallen from this, and it's not in range. So we have reports of 3 to 6 inches, which is a very large amount for really anywhere. It doesn't really matter where you live. 3 to 6 inches of water is going to cause some flash flooding problems. No severe thunderstorm warnings in Arkansas or Missouri or Oklahoma. Dealing with a lot of heavy rain, though. A lot of heavy and persistent rain in Oklahoma and starting to work its way on into Arkansas. The rest of our severe thunderstorm warnings are in Texas, where we have 1, 2, 3, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings across the squall line in southern Texas. And very powerful, too, as we go down here near the San Antonio area. In fact, it'll be in San Antonio in about 20 minutes. Reports of half-inch hail in diameter, a little over half-inch hail, actually, 3/4 inch of hail in diameter by a train spotter, and the source was public. Facebook post reports pea to dime-size hail southeast of Fredericksburg. Another report of 3/4 inch size hail in diameter. Train spotter, penny size hail west by southwest of Bendra. And you can see those hail curls showing up of some purple showing up. Wow, even purple inside of that pink showing up. Got some good, decent hail with that. A little over 1 inch in diameter being reported according to the radar that I'm using. Further to the north, got that two only other severe thunderstorm warnings in a little north of the radar site, southwest of Fort Worth and Dallas, Texas. Report of 1-inch hail in diameter, quarter-size hail reported in Gatesville. So for public, this was in Coryell County, Texas. Place was Gatesville, and still pretty decent hail core showing up here. Got some pink and purple showing up, so still have, I would assume, still some hail with that. Let's see, according to the radar. Yep, 1-inch hail, actually 1.75-inch hail in diameter. So definitely some hail still going on there in that region. A lot of flash flood warnings really all across Missouri, Arkansas, and Texas too. Reports of those flash flood warnings. I'll monitor that and the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings we have. But not just the severe side, the severe thunderstorms and tornadoes I'm monitoring tonight. I'm also monitoring the wintry side, Winter Storm Isaiah, that is plans to bring more than a half an inch of ice to some areas and over a foot of snow to some areas as well. Here's in eastern Kansas dealing with some rain, and It may look like all rain if you're in eastern Kansas near the Topeka area. It's actually not. It's freezing or colder there, 32 degrees or colder. So that looks like rain outside, but it's actually freezing on contact with the ground and surfaces at freezing or below freezing. In this case, a lot of places in eastern Kansas are dealing with that. So dealing with some freezing rain. And other than that, probably some sleet mixing and maybe some snow in the very far northeastern portion of Kansas, but not too much there. Dealing with some light snow showers in eastern Nebraska. Again, multiple reports of a trace to 2.5 inches of snow. Broadcast media. Most of these are in Douglas County. Another Douglas County. This was an official National Weather Service observation. Few by a train spotter in Lancaster, Nebraska. And let's go over to the Des Moines radar site. Gonna have to turn off the reports. Nope, that just went anyway. Got some heavy snow going on in parts of Iowa. Further southeast you go, heavier the snow gets. Though further southeast you go, you have a better chance of getting some sleet and freezing rain mixing in with that snow. As you can see, multiple areas reporting 32 degrees or colder. In fact, all areas in this viewing area, besides one observation place in Iowa City, reporting freezing temperatures 32 degrees or colder. So a lot of freezing rain, sleet, and snow going on in the state of Iowa. Probably every single precipitation type is going on in the state of Iowa. Very heavy rain working its way on into Illinois, places like Rockford, Chicago. Not quite seeing that yet, though later on you will. Places like Cedar Rapids, you're right on the freezing rain, sleet, snow line. Waterloo, you're in the snow. We go over up to Wisconsin, dealing with more snow than we originally had, but you see that purple showing up. That is all freezing rain and getting some dark shades of purple too. So heavy freezing rain accumulations are going to happen faster than they normally would. Though the snow line, freezing rain line and snow line, I should say, is near Platesville, Dodgeville, Madison, Watertown, Beaver Dam area is where the freezing rain snow line is. In fact, let's turn on some unpinged reports to see how accurate the radar is. And it's looking pretty accurate, actually. You have multiple ice pellet reports and sleet reports in the sleet, freezing rain area. And just to the north, where we're getting snow reports. So thankfully, the radar, according to these reports, is very accurate at this time. So that is good news. So how's this all going to play out into tonight, into tomorrow, and also into Sunday? Yes, it's going to be that long all the way into Sunday. So here's the future radar forecast from the NAM 3CAM model for the eastern half of the United States. This is for tonight. Let's go a little further on into tonight, right around 9-10 p.m. Eastern time. See, that squall line gets even more intense across Texas, Oklahoma, and also portions of Missouri. Also just some heavier rain into portions of northeastern Missouri and Illinois. Not really severe up there. Though we are seeing a tornado warning in southwestern Illinois. I do believe that is as far north as the tornadoes will go. I'm even a little shocked that there's still a tornado warning that far north. And some snow from Winter Storm Isaiah and near the Wisconsin-Iowa area. And then, in fact, before I go further on into the future radar, we just got a new tornado warning in the state of Texas. This is a brand new one. In fact, it looks like it was from the same one that we were dealing with before. Let me go back a few frames, and it looks to be possibly that same cell that was producing that tornado in Fort Worth has issued another tornado warning by the National Weather Service. And I said this last time I gave an update on this tornado warning. Sometimes these tornadoes weaken and then they get canceled, but they re-strengthen back up. Tornadoes are known for doing that in all sort of circumstances, and we just got another one right here. Let's go to latest info from the National Weather Service. This is I picked the wrong radar site. Let's go back to the Fort Worth radar site so we can see this better. This is just north of Dallas, northwest of Dallas more so. Let's get the info from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning for southeastern Denton County and north central Texas, southwestern Collin County in north central Texas, and northwestern Dallas County in north central Texas until 7 p.m. Central Time. So have a little while for this tornado warning to go. Actually have about 13 minutes on this tornado warning. So it's not a very long issued warning. So National Weather Service doesn't have too much confidence in this. So let's see the storm relative velocity, and you can definitely see why. Not really. In fact, you can't really see why because there's not too much rotation at all with this storm. I am seeing a little bit near Farmers Branch and Carrollton, just southwest of both those areas. Little notch of red and green, though it's very, very weak, not too much showing up at all. Go to the debris. Little, no, that's radar clutter, so nothing showing up on the debris signature. So if there's a tornado, thankfully, according to the radar, it is very weak. Though if you live in those cities or counties I listed, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. This cell have a history of producing a tornado, a confirmed tornado, so it could get stronger. So keep an eye on that. So let's get back to the future radar. Let's go forward to 3 a.m. tonight, when I really think this squall line is going to be at its strongest across Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. Tornadoes are definitely possible within this line. Heavy wind, strong, large hail also expected, and just some very heavy moderate rain to the northern areas of Illinois and Michigan. Now eventually turn over to snow and sleet and freezing rain. Forward to tomorrow morning, right before noontime, right around 9 a.m. Squall line continues to make its way eastward. And you see in the back end some snow showing up for places of like Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Iowa, Illinois. That is actually the second round. In the main round of snow we're going to see from Winter Storm Isaiah. It's going to bring a lot of sleet and a lot of snow to some areas. Half an inch of ice plus is possible, and over a foot of snow also is possible. I'll also show you all the future snowfall forecast in just a bit. Forward to tomorrow afternoon, right around 3-4 p.m. Squall line is in central Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, and just about to get into the Florida Panhandle. You see all that snow and sleet going on in Michigan, Illinois, and also Wisconsin, Iowa, and Missouri, and maybe even getting into portions of Arkansas by the time it's all said and done. So tornadoes in Arkansas in a few hours later into the morning could deal with some snow in the back end. So very, very large, strong storm system we have. Tomorrow night, right around 9-10 p.m. Eastern Time, squall line is into Georgia, Florida Panhandle, getting into the Carolinas, Eastern Tennessee, Kentucky, and just some rain to the north of there, and also sleet and snow in the Ohio Valley. And also getting some snow and sleet as I go forward on into Monday morning for portions of the northeast, far interior northeast, places like very northern New York State, Vermont, New Hampshire, and central and northern Maine could deal with some really good ice accumulations and also some good snow accumulations isolated to northern Maine. Areas of a foot or more is possible in northern Maine if the forecast holds true. Forward one more time to Sunday afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Low pressure, center of low pressure is just off the coast of Maine, bringing some light snow showers to the areas in the far interior northeast. Squall line is just about entirely over the Atlantic Ocean. Most of the United States is dealing with cool temperatures and just some snow left in eastern Nebraska and Kansas. And we got another tornado warning in Texas. Let's see if this, I do believe this is a brand new one. Yes, it is. Now, where is this brand new tornado warning? In actually the southern part of Texas, just north of the San Antonio area. And oh my goodness, very large hail core here, southwest of San Antonio, registering 72 dBZs. That is an incredibly intense storm. I would be very surprised if we don't have a severe thunderstorm with that. And man, we don't. Expect a severe thunderstorm with that cell right there. I mean, you can just see that hail core. In fact, let me even enhance this a little. You can see just how big that hail core is, showing some blues on the radar. Very strong cell going there, moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So if you live in this area in the southwest of San Antonio, probably dealing with ping pong, maybe even baseball size hail. That's a very large hail core right there. But back to that new tornado warning. This is almost due north of San Antonio by about 40 miles. This is a small tornado warning. This was in that squall line. National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for Kendall, northeastern Kendall County in south central Texas until 7:15 p.m. Central Time. So have a little about 20-25 minutes on this warning. Do we have any good signature here? Yes, we do. Very well signature, in fact. That's a very well-defined tornado signature just northwest of Spring Beach. No other city showing up on my radar site for this region besides that one county. See that red and that blue meeting? That is a very good tornado signature going on there in this tornado warned area in Texas, just north of San Antonio. And we do have a debris signature showing up here. You're probably looking at all this red also here. That is just radar clutter. You can see where that debris signature is 77.5% of the same object up there in the sky. And what this particular radar product does, it takes 1 pixel and it takes every object in the sky in that 1 pixel. So in the green, that's 100% of the same object. So in this case, it would be rain. And now in this pixel, we have here 77% of the same object. So the other percentage left is something else. In this case, it was debris. You can see that well-defined debris signature there, and we go to the storm out to velocity. Keep an eye on that debris signature, and right where that tornado warning, that possible tornado is. And we just got a new scan, moved a little bit to the northeast. Tornado signature still very well-defined and pretty good looking on the radar. So if you live in those areas, get to your tornado safe place immediately. Very well-defined tornado signature on the radar. So I am going to keep this radar up in this particular area. Keep an eye on that very strong cell we have southwest of San Antonio and that very well-defined tornado signature north of San Antonio. Watching live severe storm coverage, and you can see right there, as I just called it, about a minute before there were no severe thunderstorm warning for this cell. Now there is, and it's working its way into San Antonio. So if you live in the San Antonio area, be careful of that cell. Very large and dangerous. So thanks for tuning in to live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I will be back momentarily, keeping the radar up on this ginormous cell and that tornado warning. All right, weather forecaster Liam back with you again. Been monitoring 2 tornado warnings. Now there are 3 tornado warnings. I'll get to that brand new tornado warning now in Oklahoma. I do believe this is the first tornado warning we've had tonight in the state of Oklahoma. So I'm going to get a quick update on these severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warning down here, where I was actually saying in chat that there was a hook echo developing on the storm, and very well defined hook echo now. Let me turn off the severe thunderstorm warnings and also the tornado warning itself. You can see that notch right there. That is where that tornado is right there. It's definitely a hook echo. Take a look at storm relative velocity. See how well defined that is. Really, actually not too much showing up in the other direction. That's a very well-defined hook echo, just not too much wind coming up towards the radar. I would be very shocked that there was not a tornado in this region. If there isn't a tornado, it's probably not quite reaching the ground. So that is a very well-defined hook echo, so I have to keep a very close eye on that tornado, that hook echo and that storm itself. And also a really good hail core showing up on this now. You can see first time we haven't even seen a 2 tonight. Got a 3-inch hail in diameter up there in the sky. Probably isn't falling as 3-inch in diameter hail, probably around softball, maybe baseball size hail. They'll have a report of, according to the radar, 3-inch diameter hail up there in the sky. You can see those light blue colors showing up on the radar, indication of a pretty good hail core. I have to keep an eye on that very closely with that hook echo there. That storm can produce a tornado at any time. So keep a very close eye on that. And that storm, that very large cell, as I go back a few frames, where it had that ginormous hail core, it was registering 72 dBZs. And if you're wondering how strong that is on the scale of things, very strong. In fact, I'm going to turn off the precipitation type. You can see my scale here, and anything really over 65 is not very common at all. When you start getting into, for my radar table, color tables, getting to the 70s, the light blue and the white, that's when it really starts getting bad. You get start getting very large hail falling from that storm. Don't have any reports of hail with this particular cell at that time, but it is definitely producing hail, probably very large hail too. And it's working its way northeastward into the San Antonio area at about 55 miles an hour to the east by northeast. So if you live in the San Antonio area or to the southwest of it, be very careful of this cell. Very large and dangerous cell we have here. And I do believe that tornado warning I was just talking about got extended. No, that was a few frames back. So they still have not extended that tornado warning. But we have now 2 tornado warnings in the state of Oklahoma. One was a very small tornado warning, as it's showing here. In fact, barely covers one county. You can barely see that, but it's there nonetheless, and it just got renewed for very northeastern Texas and very southeastern Oklahoma. Let's get the latest info from the National Weather Service on this. And all right, National Weather Service in Sevport has issued a tornado warning for west central McCurtain County and southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Red River County, and northeastern Texas until 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Also, another tornado warning here, a very small one. This is for the county of Cotacow County in southeastern Oklahoma, and this is until 7:45 p.m. Central Time. Anything showing up on the radar, storm relative velocity, this radar site's a little further away, though can still see a little bit of rotation going on here, some blues and reds showing up. Though when the radar is this far away, it has a hard time distinguishing the rotation in that storm, so I have to keep an eye on that. Also some pretty good rotation up here in southwestern Arkansas. I think it's southwestern Arkansas. Yes, it is. Got some rotation with this storm. Actually, wouldn't be surprised if they issued a tornado warning with this one near the Grains Wickas area in southwestern Arkansas. Keep an eye on this storm. In fact, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this area. Let's take a look at this real quick. Little Rock National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for central Polk County in western Arkansas until 7:45 p.m. Central Time. So if you live in the city I listed or that county I listed, keep an eye on this storm. It may produce a tornado at any time. Looking at storm relative velocity, got some rotation going on there. Maybe it hasn't hit the ground yet, though definitely something to keep an eye on. I was going to take you to the tornado warning in Illinois, but that has been canceled. And looking at the time, it looks like it was canceled unless it expired at 7:10 Central Time, which I don't think is the case. And that tornado warning in Texas is no longer in effect. But that hook echo there was a very good indication of that cell could produce a tornado at any time. So if you live southwest of the San Antonio area, keep a very close eye on, or I should say the northwestern portion of San Antonio, keep a very close eye on that storm as it could produce a tornado at any time. Right before I go off real quick, there is a brand new storm report west of the Dallas area, almost in the city, the exact center city of Dallas, with a wind gust, or a storm report, I should say. This was in Dallas County, Texas, amateur radio. Semi truck overturned on I-635 at McCarter Boulevard. So on the highway, there was a semi truck, and it has overturned onto that highway because of those very strong winds. So, going to monitor that tornado warning in southeastern Oklahoma and also that possible tornadic cell in southwestern Arkansas. And I'll be right here with you if we get a brand new tornado warning or some more severe thunderstorm warnings or any additional information on the tornado warnings we have. Watching live severe storm coverage and also live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah on TRA Weather. I'll be back momentarily with a brand new update. Hello everyone, weather forecaster Liam back with you again, and we still have that tornado warning in southeastern Oklahoma, but remember that cell that I was looking at and I thought that that could be a tornado warning at any time? Well, the National Weather Service for that exact same cell has just issued a tornado warning for southwestern Arkansas on that exact same cell that I thought looked like it could produce a tornado and may have been producing a tornado. The National Weather Service has issued it, and let's get the latest information from the National Weather Service on this brand new tornado warning in southwestern Arkansas. This was National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a tornado warning for central Polk County in western Arkansas, southeastern Scott County in western Arkansas, southwestern Yell County in central Arkansas, and northwestern Montgomery County in western Arkansas until 8:15 p.m. Central Time. So I saw this on storm relative velocity before, and I just it looked like there was a lot of rotation going on within this cell, and it looks to be like that is still the case. So I go to storm relative velocity. You can see there's where that possible tornado is, just northeast of Wicks, where I had that last frame there. You see it was southwest of Wicks where I saw that rotation before. Go frame forward. Now it's northeast and southeast of Venderot, and you can see where we got some blues and reds showing up. Just got a new radar scan. There's a 61 miles per hour in one direction, just a little bit to the west. 16 miles per hour, but in the exact opposite direction. And we just got the National Weather Service updated this tornado warning. Got another one for Arkansas, but it includes the southeastern portion of the warning. Let's see if it added a county. Yes, it did. National Weather Service added Howard County in southwestern Arkansas to the tornado warning. Not sure why they didn't do that from the first place, but they just did. So it's just one big tornado box now, and this is moving northeast at about, I'm going to just redid the cell ID. It's moving northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So in Board Camp, Big Fork, a little further to the northeast, Y City, Bowles, Parks, you're going to possibly be encountering this possible tornado within the next 25 to 15 minutes because just how fast this cell is moving. Let's take a look at correlation coefficient. See any debris showing up? Yes, we do. In fact, we have a very large debris ball. I do not believe that is radar clutter looking at this. Well, there may be a little bit in there, but I do believe some of that is debris just southeast of Vendor Court. I'm not sure. There we go. Vendor Court. Got some oranges and reds showing up in this area. So if you live in the areas I said, cities and counties, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. That is the most interior part of your home and the lowest interior of your home as well, whether that be a bathroom, a closet, or just the lowest part of your basement. Just got a third tornado warning right now in Arkansas, and this is actually right ahead of this tornado warning that I've been talking about. This is southeast of Boneville, south of Pears, and west of Danville. Let's get a look at this real quick. Storm relative velocity has a pretty good signature showing up here. A little broad, but signature nonetheless. Just north of Blue Ball and west of Walt Reek. And you see some blues, some dark blues and light red showing up. Got about a 20 mile per hour one direction, a little bit to the east. Have 55 miles per hour by the exact opposite direction. So pretty decent rotation signature there. Little Rock National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for central Logan County in western Arkansas, northeastern Scott County in western Arkansas, and northwestern Yell County in central Arkansas until 8:15 p.m. Central Time as well for those areas. In fact, some of the counties that are under this tornado warning are also under this tornado warning. So make sure to, if you are in one of those counties, make sure to read the tornado warnings very closely because there are two of them. So if you live in the Danielsville area for that county and that tornado passes, well, there's another one coming for you just to the south of that. So keep that in mind if you live in those areas. 2 tornado warnings in the same vicinity. And still got only these 2 tornado warnings. It's showing up 3, but that's just in a kind of an extension down here to the other one. So really only 2 tornado warnings at this time. And the tornado warning in Oklahoma, very southeastern Oklahoma, as you see there, one frame forward, just got canceled. So dealing with 3 tornado warnings, 9 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 11 flash flood warnings. A lot of flash flood warnings with this storm. Let's take a look at a few of these flash flood warnings. Let me go back. Let me go to the place file manager so I can turn off the temperature so we can see the flash flood warnings a little better. I'm going to go to the storm total rainfall. And you see that's where these flash flood warnings start in northeastern Texas and portions of Oklahoma. It's a little heavier to the northeastern Texas area because this radar doesn't cover that region. So that region has about 2 to 3 inches of rain that has fallen in eastern Oklahoma, right around the McAllister area. Over 3 inches of rain. Some areas even at 4 inches of rain. That is a lot of rain in a very short period of time. That's why we have these flash flood warnings in place. Flash flood warnings for the Fayetteville, Fontaineville, Fort Smith area in Arkansas. This extends up into Missouri for portions of southwestern and central Missouri. Also another flash flood warning in southeastern Missouri, kind of separated from the rest. We have a flood report from Emergency Management in Bolivar County, Missouri. Numerous low water crossings are now flooding across the county from previous rainfall today, including county roads 356, 366, 364, 234, 236, 400, 408, and 414. If you know the roads in southeastern Missouri in that particular area. Also, Missouri Highway V has water over it. So got water over the sidewalks, highways, just some flash flooding going on there. Have other flood reports here. Flash flood, highway CC closed near from road 193 due to flash flooding. Another report of flash flood. Flooding over the roadway at Bennett and Jefferson in Lebanon. Also have a storm report, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in Webster, Missouri. Amateur radio report of 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in Semar, Missouri. I have one more flash flood warning up here in east central Missouri, and that does it for all the flash flood warnings. They are rather all condensed very close to each other. So I'm going to keep the radar up on this specific area with tornado warnings active for the western portion of Arkansas, dealing with these 2 possible tornadoes. You're watching live severe storm coverage and live winter storm coverage on TRA weather. I'll be back momentarily with an update right from the National Weather Service on these tornado warnings, or I'll be back sooner if a new tornado warning is issued. Hello everyone, weather forecaster Liam back with you again with another update on this live severe weather outbreak we're having in the south central portion of the United States. We were monitoring 2 tornado warnings in southwestern Arkansas, but now we have 4 tornado warnings. 3 of them in Arkansas and one that just popped up just a few seconds ago in southeastern Oklahoma. Let's take a look at the one in southeastern Oklahoma really quick. In fact, we can look at all these through the exact same radar site, kind of around the same vicinity. So we can look at the same radar site for all these. Take a look at the one in southeastern Oklahoma. There is a little bit of rotation with this southwest of Smithville. Little notch here. You can see the green, the gray, meeting that orange color. That is a small rotation, though it's not very strong. Any debris here? Thankfully, no debris is showing up on the radar. Get the latest information from the National Weather Service on this brand new tornado warning in southeastern Oklahoma. The National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a tornado warning for northeastern McCurtain County in southeastern Oklahoma until 8:30 p.m. Central Time. So if you're in that area or any of the cities in this area, only one showing up, and that is Smithville, get to your tornado safe place. Still dealing with this tornado warning in southwestern Arkansas. Let's go to storm relative velocity with this. See if we see any rotation. There is some rotation down here still. Let me go back a few frames. Actually, again, a little more organized than it originally was last time we saw it. So that is not good. Just north of Board Camp right now, northwest of Big Fork, and south of Bowles and Parks. But eventually get to your area. It's not a very tight rotation, rather broad. You can see that green working in there. And then you got the heavier blues and the lighter reds. So still tornado warning and tornado signature nonetheless. Let's take a look at the latest from the National Weather Service. Tornado warning remains in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Time for northeastern Polk, southeastern Scott, southwestern Yell, and northwestern Montgomery counties. So if you live in those areas, get to your tornado safe place. Then we have another tornado warning, which is up here just to the north of that one, and you got a pretty good tornado signature with this one here, just east of Sebaco in Scarrington. Got some blues and reds showing up very close together, indication of some pretty tight rotation. And this tornado warning just got extended right now. So National Weather Service has issued another tornado warning on this. Let's get the latest information really quick on this brand new tornado warning. Not going to show the other one because this one includes the warned area already on that old one. Little Rock National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Logan County in western Arkansas, central Johnson County in western Arkansas until 8:45 p.m. Central Time. So that was the latest information from the National Weather Service. This includes Scarting, Clarksville, Knoxville, Hagerville, Ozone, and Fort Douglas. Those are the cities. Let's see if we have any debris with this. We have a small debris ball, not too much, not a lot showing up here, but this is definitely a debris ball just south of Perry View. Got some light and dark blue showing up, a little bit of yellow showing up there, 87% of the same object measured by the radar in the sky. So what this correlation coefficient product does on the radar measures everything in 1 pixel that's up there in the sky. So in the green, that's 100% of the same object, same sized object, which is in this case rain. But we go here to where that debris signature is 87.2% of the same object. The other percentage left, the other 13 or so percent, is something else, which in this case is debris. So we have a small debris ball there. And go back to storm relative velocity. In fact, we just got a new run, and this is actually even stronger now. 44 miles per hour in one direction and 45 in the other. Very good tornado signature there. Be safe if you live in those areas. And this newer tornado warning, the newest one, or I should say the newest actual tornado itself in Arkansas, near Ozark and Altus, not really showing too much of a signature here. I go back a few frames, possibly back here on the back end, but I'm going forward and I'm not seen very much at all, which is good news. Still a tornado warning nonetheless. Right before I look at the counties listed, any debris signature showing up, and that what you're seeing up there is radar clutter. It's not a debris signature. Nope, no debris signature showing up with this, so that's good news. Though it's still a tornado warning, the counties under this tornado warning is for East Franklin County. That is the only county under this tornado warning, and is until 8:15 p.m. Central Time. So if you live in that county or Ozark, make sure to, and also Atlas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. So those are the 4 tornado warnings, and thankfully, or I should say 5 tornado warnings, only actually 4 tornadoes in itself, that we have currently right now, much further to the north than I was expecting. Though, as I look down here, that squall line, the very intense squall line, is still getting organized and still making its way into that less stable air. So expect the squall line here to produce tornadoes later on tonight and into tomorrow morning. Line working its way into Dallas, or I should say outside of Dallas now, working further into eastern Texas. And there's also a line in front of it. You have to keep an eye on that. That'll probably merge with this back line here, though. Have to keep an eye on that for other additional tornadoes. A little further south here, near the San Antonio area. Remember, we were dealing with that ginormous cell that we had earlier, and also that hook echo. Thankfully, that hook echo did not turn into another tornado warning, so that was good news. But that was a very well-defined hook echo. And also, as I go back a few frames, I go to a few different radar products. I believe it was it this radar site that I was viewing, or was it one up there? I think it was that one. We had a very strong cell that was working its way on into San Antonio. There we go. See how intense that was with those light blue colors showing up. That was a very well-defined hail core you were seeing there. And it worked its way onto San Antonio. Thankfully weakened a little, though still brought some hail to the San Antonio area, about a pea-sized hail in Baxter County, Texas. Source was public. A few other reports of 3/4 inch in diameter size hail also in Baxter County, Texas. Bandera County, Texas. Have a report of a 1/4 inch size hail in Medina County, Texas. The source was also public. And when that cell, very strong hail core went over this area, it did give a report of a little over an inch diameter hail, which is pretty big hail for really anywhere. Also in Medina County, Texas. So they didn't get any reports on exactly how intense that hail was, though on the outskirts of it got some pretty good numbers. So probably upwards of baseball size hail for that region. So not good at all. And we're going to see this a lot throughout tonight and into tomorrow morning, and even into Sunday. So let me zoom this all the way back. Go to the future radar forecast from the NAM 3CAM model for the eastern half of the United States. Right now, this image is for about 10 p.m. tonight. You see that squall line working its way further on into Oklahoma and Texas, and also Missouri, where a few tornadoes are still possible. And some heavier rain, but not really severe, to the northern sides of it in Illinois and northern Missouri. And then we have the wintry side near Wisconsin and Iowa. Let's go forward to tomorrow morning, right around 4-5 a.m. The squall line continues to make its way eastward, more so into Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, southeastern Oklahoma, and Illinois region. And Winter Storm Isaiah is still bringing some snow to portions of Michigan and Wisconsin. So you see in the back end there, as I go even a few frames forward a little later on to tomorrow morning, see that snow on the back end. That's going to be the main event from Winter Storm Isaiah. It's going to bring a lot of snow, possibly a foot to some places, and a lot of sleet too, where over 1/4 of an inch of ice is possible with freezing rain and sleet. Ice accumulations will be in the Missouri, northern Illinois, central and southern Michigan region. You can already see some of that sleet going on in central Michigan right now, though that should turn over to snow shortly. Forward to tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Squall line is a little less intense than it originally was. Still pretty intense from even if it did weaken a little from later on tonight going into tomorrow afternoon. Still a very strong and intense squall line working its way further on into Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana, maybe even some outskirts going into central Tennessee and Alabama. Snow really starting to get heavier into some places of eastern Oklahoma, and yes, Arkansas could end up with some snow and sleet at the end of this big event, and also some snow for Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and still some sleet and snow going on in Michigan from Winter Storm Isaiah. Forward to tomorrow night, right around 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Squall line is over Georgia, the Florida Panhandle, Eastern Tennessee, and also Kentucky, and just some really just persistent rain to the north of there, not really severe. And some snow on the back end. That's where Winter Storm Isaiah is, bringing a lot of snow and sleet to portions of the Ohio Valley and Plains in Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Go forward again to tomorrow night, going into Sunday morning. This is 4 a.m. Sunday morning. The squall line is really not really intense anymore. Still some strong straight line winds and some small hail is possible, though the tornado threat is really diminished. A few isolated tornadoes are still possible, but very low chance. Center of low pressure is over northern New York State, 999 millibars, bringing some snow still to the Ohio Valley and Michigan and upper Michigan, but for that area, Sunday morning, looks like the snow will be worked out of your area by then. The Northeast still has some rain and snow and a lot of ice to deal with. Places like northern New York State, northern Vermont, New Hampshire, central and northern Maine going to be dealing with a wintry mix of everything: sleet, snow, and freezing rain. Ice accumulations will be high in those regions. Go forward one more time to Sunday afternoon, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Low pressure is just off the coast of Maine, the center of low pressure that is. Still some snow in Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, and New York State. Maybe some mix to the south of that region. Hopefully Winter Storm Isaiah will have worked its way on out by then, and just dealing with some leftover snow showers in the far interior Northeast, and maybe some light snow showers across eastern Nebraska and Kansas. So let's take a look at the current National Weather Service hazards map. Let me reload the page real quick so we have the latest information from the National Weather Service. And you see a whole lot going on here. I mean, this map is just lit up with all sorts of colors. I'm going to break it down here. The colors is shaded in purple is winter weather advisories. The areas shaded in pink are under winter storm warnings. So the potential for heavy wintry precipitation is very soon or currently occurring. Now you see that in southern Texas, that pink, that is not a winter storm warning. That is actually a severe thunderstorm watch because conditions are favorable for producing severe thunderstorms. The area shaded in yellow is a tornado watch that includes some of northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, most of Arkansas, and some parts of southeastern Oklahoma. Though you don't see that because there's like 5, 6 different warnings covering that region. So it's not showing up on this particular hazards map, but there is one for southeastern Oklahoma, a tornado watch that is. And all the areas shaded in green are all flash flood watches, and flood warnings. As you saw, all those flood warnings I was showing you earlier, I think we have currently 12 right now across about that exact same area shaded in green for a lot of rainfall in a very short period of time. And the area shaded in that brownish color is all wind advisories, because that squall line is going to bring a lot of straight line winds to your areas. Gusts between 25 40 miles an hour are possible. So let's take a look before we get back to the live radar at the power outage map. And right now we've been dealing with minor outage events across Texas. We still are at 18,370 state outages. And those are not done by person, they are done by customers. So one customer is one household, and you can have multiple people per household. So one customer could be up to maybe 5, 6 people. So there's about, I would say, roughly 35 to 40,000 people roughly without power in the state of Texas. A few our power outage areas here: Bosque, Erith, and Johnston out with a few thousand and a couple hundred outages in those counties, though nothing super major at this time, thankfully. Let's get back to the future radar with those tornado warnings. And we actually just got a new tornado warning. We have 5 tornado warnings and 1 tornado report. One is actually just east of the San Antonio area. I happen to be on this radar site. The tornado warning is issued by the National Weather Service. Let's get the latest information on that. National Weather Service in San Antonio. Austin, San Antonio has issued a tornado warning for central Guadalupe County in south central Texas until 8:30 p.m. Central Time. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity, see if we get a good tornado signature here. And thankfully, I don't really see any tornado signature here. That's good news. Not saying there is not a tornado here. Tornado warning has been issued by the National Weather Service. Well, thankfully not seeing much on the radar at all. Let's go to base velocity, different way of looking at it. Possibly some very light rotation just southwest of Maron, but it's very weak, if any. Any debris signature showing up, that is too close to the radar site. Can't see that, getting all the radar clutter in that region. So if you live in that county I listed and any of these cities, go to your tornado safe place, the lowest, most interior level of your home, preferably a basement if you have one, or if you don't, go into next most interior level of your home, whether that be a closet or a bathroom of some sort. A few other reports in your San Antonio area: a 77 mile per hour wind gust 6 miles south by southeast of San Antonio. This was in Bexar County, Texas. This was an ASOS report. This was the source. Reported at the radar site KSSF, and that was at the airport. That's where that wind gust was measured. So 75 mile per hour wind gust. So we're going to areas east of this squall line are possibly going to experience 75 mile per hour plus wind gust, and also that tornado warning. So if you live in any areas in this region, be safe. And as I put this up really quick, you can see the watch, the severe thunderstorm watch. All the areas shaded in that purple is for this area. So this is gotta be careful if you live in that area. Also have some tornado warnings dealing with them in Arkansas, and also still got that one in southeastern Oklahoma. So we just that tornado warning that looked pretty good, probably the most well-defined tornado warning, or tornado signature, I should say, we've had in Arkansas in a little while. East of Fort Smith, have that tornado warning that was issued for an extension is now outlined in white. That is an indication of a tornado report, which means someone somewhere has reported that there is an active tornado on the ground. So that is not good news, though according to that signature, it was a very well-defined signature. I am not surprised. Yeah, well, that was down there near Scranton, Arkansas, where we were getting those oranges and blues showing up very close to each other. And we go to the latest image from the radar. This has moved northeast since then. Not quite as strong as rotation as it there originally was, though still got a pretty good rotation, still showing some reds and dark blues on the radar. So this tornado hasn't weakened much, if it has any. We did have a debris signature down here, and go forward, no debris signature being shown up at this time, which is good news. Though don't put your guard down just because there isn't a debris signature. You're still under a tornado warning. I will list the counties again. Tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Time for northeastern Logan and central Johnson counties. And if you live in any of these cities that's listed here, please go to your tornado safe place immediately. So go a little further to the southeast, dealing with some tornado warnings. Gonna go to all 3 of these at once, get them all in one image. There's a little bit of rotation up here with this one, not too much. Those might be just the straight line winds, maybe a few little notches here and there. Have to keep an eye on that. Just southeast of Waldron, Arkansas. And to the south of that one, there's another tornado warning, which rotation is fairly weak. We go back a few frames, and you saw where that there was some rotation with this. You saw those red and blue colors close together, wind going away and towards the radar site, so we can see the spin with the tornado. Started to get a little weaker, and it is even weaker in the last frame. So hopefully this tornado is starting to weaken and just run itself out. Any debris showing up with this? Thankfully not, which is good news. Another tornado warning near Smithville. Didn't really see, there was a little bit with this right here, some broad rotation, But as I go forward to the latest run, not really much showing up here. Maybe just west of Cove, and this is in Arkansas. This is on the border between Oklahoma and Arkansas. Maybe a little bit right there, but not too much. Though the counties included here in very southeastern Oklahoma include northeastern McCurtain County, and that remains in effect until 8:30 p.m. Central Time. So keep an eye on these 4 tornado warnings and 1 tornado report across Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Texas. You're watching live severe storm coverage and live winter storm coverage of Isaiah on TRA Weather. I'll be back the second we get brand new information from the National Weather Service. Hello everyone, weather forecaster Liam back with you again with a quick update on the severe storm threat we have here in the south central United States. Right now we're dealing with now only 3 tornado warnings. 2 of them are in Arkansas and 1 is in Texas. We did just have 1 in Arkansas, but we just got a brand new second tornado warning just south of the one we currently had. So let's take a look at this tornado warning really quick. It's just south of this one. And we go storm relative velocity. Yeah, we do have some signature showing up here. It's not incredibly well defined, though still have some showing up right around here, just east of Blue Mountain, Arkansas. See some blues and reds closely compacted together. So it's not a very good signature, but it's a signature nonetheless. We go to debris, maybe a little bit showing up, though that might be radar clutter. So not too much debris showing up, and the signature is about average. So let's take a look at the National Weather Service latest info. This was from Little Rock, the National Weather Service in Little Rock. Tornado warning for northeastern Logan County in western Arkansas, south central Johnson County in western Arkansas, and northwestern Yale County in central Arkansas until 9 p.m. Central Time. And looking at those counties, we just had a tornado warning in this same area not too long ago. As you can see, we go a little further back. You see this tornado warning that we're still dealing with has been around a while. It's now a tornado warning report. Just had another one right on the back end of it. So that's not good for people that live in that area. Again, 2 tornadoes within a very short period of time. Never a good situation. But we go back up to this tornado warning report. That's why it's outlined in white, because someone reported this as a tornado warning. See where that tornado signature was. One a little further to northeast, though thankfully looks like it's starting to die down a little bit. As we just got a brand new radar scan. Getting a little broader, a little weaker as well, which is good news. It's working towards the Fort Douglas area. So if you live in that area, make sure to get to your tornado safe place, because if there is a tornado on the ground, it is heading right for you guys. The tornado warning for northeastern Logan County is canceled. So if you live in that area, there is no longer a tornado warning. But a tornado warning remains in effect until 8:45 p.m. Central Time for northeastern Johnson County. Johnson County has 2 tornado warnings currently at the same time. Any debris showing with this storm? Nope, no debris. I do believe we had some a while ago. Yeah, way down here south of Scranton, and this has just made its way northeastward, and nothing else is showing up on the radar. We haven't seen a tornado warning in a while in Texas. It's still going on, just east of the San Antonio area. Let's take a look at that real quick. Go to base reflectivity. Still the same warning. I go a few frames back. They get shortened a little, even if it was already a pretty small warning. It just got even smaller now. Now it's northeast of the San Antonio area. Not really any major cities in this area. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity. Absolutely nothing showing up on this radar. In fact, it looks like it actually might be moving out of the warned area. I was actually looking at the wrong spot because it's moved so far to the east. Maybe a little nudge here, a little notch, possibly, for a very weak tornado signature. Any debris showing up too close to the radar, can't see any of that. So the tornado is almost out of the warned area, but I will tell the counties anyway. Tornado warning remains in effect for central Guadalupe County and Texas, though it's about to exit that area in just a little bit. So dealing with that 1 tornado warning in Texas and those 2 tornado warnings in Arkansas. In fact, I want to take a look at the squall line real quick, because we are dealing with some severe thunderstorms. Most of those are in Arkansas, but we still have 2 down here in conjunction with that tornado warning. Now I do want to take a look at the echo tops, see how tall the echo tops are. Not showing, the clouds aren't too high at this time. Do have some clouds at about 12,000 feet, maybe a little higher the further north you go, but not all that much. Let's take a look really quick at the rainfall that we've seen in these areas. I'm going to turn off the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings and just put up the rainfall and the flash flood warnings for these areas. You go to the Fort Smith radar. This takes in most of the area that has seen rainfall. Storm total rainfall, there we go. So A lot of flash flood warnings for eastern and southeastern Oklahoma, near the Muskegon, Alcaster. Let me get a better view of that. The McAllister area, getting some rainfall reports of over 3 inches. Some areas even over that, 4.5 inches of rainfall in a very short period of time, just a couple of hours. Going to definitely cause flash flooding. Doesn't really matter where you live. Over 4.5 inches of rainfall within about 2 hours could cause some flash flooding. That extends also into northwestern Arkansas and also into portions of Missouri. Not quite as heavy rainfall amounts here, though. Still some pretty decent ones of upwards of 2 to 2.5 inches. And we have one flash flood report. This was in Polk County, Missouri. Missouri Dot reports closure of Highway Y at McKinney Branch. So have a highway closed due to flash flooding. And we also have one other flash flood report. This is in right around the St. Louis area in Missouri. This is in Warren County, Missouri, and the source was Department of Highways. Missouri Dot has closed Route A in Warren County east of Truxton at Camp Creek due to flash flooding. It is expected to remain closed for a few days by the Twitter report. The Twitter post, what that report was based on. So not just looking at all the severe weather we have, also dealing with Winter Storm Isaiah. That's dumping a lot of freezing rain, sleet, and snow to some areas. You can see here in eastern Kansas dealing with some freezing rain. That's the area shaded in purple, and sleet in the area shaded in pink. I have a report of 1/4 inch of ice. This was in Warren County, Kansas. Source was law enforcement. Law enforcement estimated an eighth to 1/4 inch of ice on cars and other objects. A few slick spots on roadways, but pretty good overall. That is good news, though. 1/4 inch of ice could get some slick spots, so be careful on the roads if you do live in the eastern Kansas state area. Further to Nebraska, we're dealing with some snow showers as I go a frame back. A few reports of between a trace and 3 inches of snow near the Omaha, Nebraska area, though not dealing with any more snow showers according to the radar. Though we do go over to Iowa, and you can see, whoa, a lot of stuff going on here. And still dealing with a lot of snow and freezing rain and rain. Let's take a look at a few reports. And this is in the Des Moines area. Social media picture showed about 2.5 inches of snow in Polk County, Iowa, and another report of snow between 2 and 3 inches in the Des Moines area in Jasper County, Polk County, and another Polk County by Train Spotter and a public source. Near the Cedar Rapids area, that's where the sleet, snow, freezing rain line is. And I got some reports of freezing rain, 1/10 of an inch of ice. This was by Broadcast Media in Lynn County, Iowa. Ice accumulation so far, and that was the freezing rain change into snow at time of report. So as I go back a few frames, you can see that line slowly work a little further eastward. So Cedar Rapids, you're right on the line. So you're probably seeing snow at this time. In fact, let me turn off these reports really quick. And let me put on the local storm reports from people like you, law enforcement, and Storm Prediction Center reports. See if we have any reports of snow or sleet or freezing rain. And the radar has been pretty accurate so far. I know last storm we had, Winter Storm Gage, the rain, snow, and sleet line was a little off. It was a little different than what the radar was painting. But thankfully, with this Winter Storm Isaiah, it's been pretty accurate. Got reports of snow in the snow shaded areas in the blue, and also some mixed ice pellets and snow right on the line. So thankfully the radar is very accurate according to these storm reports. So right on the line we have a report of 2 inches of snow, and we also just northwest of that, 1/4 inch of ice of freezing rain. And this source was public, and just to the northwest of that, a little less of almost 1/4 inch of ice, not quite there, and this was in Warren County, Iowa, and the source was also public. This is starting to work its way on into portions of northwestern Illinois, as you can see. As I go a few frames back, you saw there wasn't much freezing rain going on at all. Forward again, Northwestern Illinois dealing with freezing rain, maybe even some snow mixing into some areas in Illinois, though most areas are dealing with a very, very heavy rain. Some areas in the Chicago, Ottawa area in the low to mid 30s. So Chicago will get some snow later on in this event. You're going to get some freezing rain sleet first. It's not going to be a very good experience. You're going to have some pretty good ice accumulations. But on the back end, you're going to get some snow, and accumulations will be between 3 and 5 inches, depending on how far or north or south that rain snow line gets. Now we go over to Wisconsin, where we were dealing with a lot of snow, still are, to maybe some freezing rain and sleet to the southern parts of Wisconsin. Most areas in the upper 20s to low 30s. You see, as we get towards the Milwaukee area, the Jamesville area, getting into the mid 30s, 34, 36, 37, so no freezing rain in those areas. But do have a few areas showing up as just rain with 32-degree reports, so I wouldn't be surprised if some of that rain is freezing on contact, which is freezing rain. So we got not 2 tornado warnings, we have 4 tornado warnings. 2 of those are in Arkansas and 1 is still in Texas. Let's go to those in Arkansas real quick. We just got multiple reports of multiple storm reports right now. So that tornado warning report has been extended into some portions of northwestern Arkansas, and that tornado warning to the south of that one is still in effect. Before I get to those latest information on those tornado warnings, let's take a look at the storm reports we got. This was in Franklin County, Arkansas. Emergency management reported this. Strong thunderstorm wind blew down power lines on Highway 23 north of Cass. Have another one just south of Ozark, southwest and southeast of Ozark. Also in Franklin County, emergency management reported this. Strong thunderstorm winds blew down a tree on Highway 41 north of Highway 22. And just east of that, spotter reported of down power lines north of Highway 22, also by emergency management in Logan County, Arkansas. Let's get the latest on these 2 tornado warnings. Can look at them both by the same radar site, so that's always a plus. Go a few frames back for this one. We're going to look at this one first. See, it was some rotation showing up there in those blues and those reds. That's not quite as strong as it once was. As you see, I go a few frames further back. Go forward, that rotation has really broadened out and just weakened. So no tornado has been reported as of this time, thankfully. Just dealing with some very light rotation, which is good news, though. So rotation nonetheless, and the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning from the National Weather Service in Little Rock for, we get to the counties, northeastern Johnson County and western Arkansas, northwestern Searcy County and north central Arkansas, eastern Newton County and north central Arkansas, and north central Pope County in central Arkansas until 9:15 p.m. Central Time for those regions. So if you live in any of those regions, those counties I listed, or any of these cities listed here, like Fort Douglas, Lorton, Mount Judea, make sure to get to your tornado safe place. And this tornado warning report is just with the very northeastern edge of that, so I'm not going to say the counties in that because that is about to expire. Still dealing with the tornado warning down here. Rotation was some. It looks like it's starting to get a little weaker now, unless tightly compacted, so tornado looks to be weakened in that region. Do we have any debris showing up? Thankfully, no. Though we still have a tornado warning, and this is for actually a tornado warning for Johnson County is canceled. Do we have another tornado warning that is still in effect? Yes. A tornado warning remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Time for East Central Logan and northwestern Yell counties. So I have some time left on that warning. Though if that trend continues of the weakening of the rotation of the tornado, I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service expires it. Hello, Clint. Welcome to live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. Thanks for tuning in. And as you see now, I've been talking about multiple tornado warnings in Arkansas, currently dealing with 2, but we're also dealing with another tornado warning in Texas. This is way far away from those other tornado warnings in Arkansas. And still have that tornado warning just northeast of San Antonio. This was actually reissued, so the National Weather Service saw something with this and reissued the warning. Let's take a look at the storm relative velocity. Yes, seeing some pretty decent rotation now. Go back a little. Didn't see too much, but going forward again, there's a little notch there. It's not incredibly well defined though. Still rotation nonetheless. Got some greens and yellows near the same vicinity, so you can see that curl there. That's where that possible tornado is. Any debris with this tornado showing up? Thankfully, no. That red you just see up there is radar clutter. Let's get the latest information from the National Weather Service on this tornado warning. National Weather Service in Austin, San Antonio has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Cladwell County in south central Texas, east central Guadalupe County in south central Texas, and northwestern Gonzales County in south central Texas until 9 p.m. Central Time. So if you live in those counties or any of the cities in this area, make sure to get to the most lowest and interior level of your home, so you can stay safe during this possible tornadic event. I have a few reports of hail, though. I've been through many of those. I've reviewed many of those, but we just got a new storm report: a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust in Cladwell County, Texas. This was by a source of AWOS. 53-knot wind gust, which is 61 miles per hour, at San Marcos Airport at AWOS. So at a 63-mile-per-hour, or I should say 61-mile-per-hour wind gust. And just in south of San Antonio, had a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust. So this line right here, this line right here is definitely capable of producing some very strong and gusty winds of 60 miles per hour plus 65 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So be careful if you live in these areas and even ahead of these areas in let me say these up here: Smithville, Bastrop areas, the Lockhart, Welder, Texas. You have to be careful. You have a squall line working towards your area that has some very heavy winds with it. And not just that part of the squall line, but this part of the squall line, which is now in eastern Texas. Haven't had really too many tornado warnings. In fact, I don't know if we've had any tornado warnings with this squall line in northeastern Texas since it's organized into one. And you see a few frames back, see there's a line in front of this squall line that hasn't really moved. I do expect that to merge together to create one big squall line, which is this squall line has the potential for 45 mile per hour plus wind gust higher to the south and maybe even higher than that up here. Heavy rain and a few isolated tornadoes are possible, especially later on we go on into tonight. So let's go to the future radar forecast from the NAM 3CAM model. See, we have a new run on the NAM. It doesn't look like we do, so going to have to still save with this one, but we should have another one coming out very soon. So this is later on tonight. This is 9 p.m. Eastern Time. You see that squall line in eastern Texas, eastern Oklahoma, very intense, and it's going to get more intense later on into tonight. Some rain and severe, possibly tornadic thunderstorms in Arkansas and maybe even southwestern Missouri. And Winter Storm Isaiah to the north in Iowa, Wisconsin, and Illinois, and very northern Missouri. Forward to tomorrow morning, right around 6 a.m. Eastern Time, squall line makes its way eastward. Pretty strong line still. It's not going to be as strong as it will be around midnight tonight to 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, though it's a very strong line. So even if it weakens, it's going to be still pretty strong. Brady Brown, how big is it? This storm is very, very large. It extends all the way to Mexico, all the way up to Canada. So hundreds and hundreds of miles. This is a very big storm system. This is Winter Storm Isaiah and its severe side as well. So hundreds and hundreds of miles. Forward a little further to tomorrow, noontime, 12 p.m. Eastern Time. Squall line is now in the Mississippi, Alabama region, also Tennessee and Kentucky. Some rain to the north of that. And you see that snow and sleet on the western side. That's going to be the main part of Winter Storm Isaiah. This you're seeing right now is just going to be the beginning of it. And you see some snow and also sleet. Going to have a lot of sleet and ice accumulations for Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. How big is the tornado? Well, we have multiple tornado warnings right now. The one we have that was up recently was in east of San Antonio in south central Texas. The tornado itself looks pretty confined. It's not a very broad rotation. You can kind of see how broad rotations are on the storm relative velocity here. This one's a rather tight and small rotation, so probably a rather small tornado. I cannot confirm that, though by looking at storm relative velocity, it looks to be a rather small, weak, and compact tornado if there is one. In fact, it's even getting weaker as a few frames as we get new radar data as we go forward. And back to the future radar, still dealing with those showers in the southeast and Ohio Valley. We'll deal with showers in the Ohio Valley. None of that should be too severe. I'd say central Kentucky and south will be where the more severe weather will be. The winter storm Isaiah in the Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri region, and maybe even northern Arkansas could end up with some snow at the tail end of this. So you're dealing with some tornadoes now. Some snow could be on the back end tomorrow night. So just a very, very big, strong, incredible storm system we have going on here in the eastern United States. Forward to tomorrow night, right around midnight, now going into Sunday morning, 1 a.m. Sunday morning. Squall line is now into Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia, and West Virginia. Not nearly as strong as it once was, though a few isolated tornadoes, strong straight line winds, and hail is still likely. Center of low pressure is in New York State at 1,000 millibars. Most of the wintry precipitation is in Canada, though still dealing with some of that in Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And also, as I go forward further into Sunday morning, still dealing with some wintry precip in the Ohio Valley, though it shouldn't really linger on too much later on Sunday. The majority of the wintry precip will be in Canada, though also into northern portions of New York State, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. As you see, almost the entire state of Maine, according to the latest run of the NAM model, shows sleet. That is ice pellets. That is raindrops. I should say that is snow that has melted through layers of the atmosphere, but then refreezes because there's a shallow, wet layer of cold air, and it freezes into a little ice pellet. It doesn't turn back into a snowflake, freezes into a little ice pellet. You can identify sleet as a little clear ice pellets that make a little bouncy sound when they hit the ground. And freezing rain is just normal rain that freezes on contact. So sleet and freezing rain are different. You're going to see a lot of that in Maine. Forward one more time to Sunday afternoon. Still some snow in the Maine area. Some wintry mix to the southern portions of that. Though hopefully by Sunday afternoon going into the evening, Winter Storm Isaiah and the severe threat will have worked its way on out and just dealing with some leftover snow showers. Let's go take a look at the latest National Weather Service hazards map. Latest look at the hazards map. Still have some, oh man, we have a lot of stuff going on here. The entire United States is lit up with all sorts of colors. Let's break it down here. Have winter weather advisory shaded in purple, or I should say the light purple shaded area, and have winter storm warning shaded in pink. But there's also some pink in south central Texas. That is not winter storm warnings. Those are severe thunderstorm watches. Conditions are favorable for producing severe thunderstorms. Also have tornado watches and shaded in the yellow for northeastern Texas, northwestern Louisiana, most of Arkansas, and southeastern Oklahoma. The area shaded in green are flash flood watches, and flood warnings. As you saw earlier with all those flash flood warnings I think we currently have 13 of them. They extend across most of that area shaded in green. And if you do live in that area shaded in green, be prepared to deal with some flash flooding for your area. And some wind advisories across the Ohio Valley and the southeastern portion of the United States. So before we go back to the radar, let's take a look at the power outage map, poweroutage.us. This is the latest update as of 9:38 p.m. Eastern Time. We've been dealing with a minor outage event all night in Texas. So far, the customers out has gone up quite a bit. We were at, I believe, 18,000 customers out. Now we are at 38,000 customers out. So a lot more customers have lost power in Texas. You can see where that tornado possibly is. In Hays County, there's 83,000 customers tracked, but 5,600 customers are out. has a lot of customers. And one customer is not one person, that is one household. So there could be multiple people per household. So there's more likely 10 to 15,000 people without power in Hays County, Texas. Also, I have some other areas without power in Premier County, that's in the northwestern portion of Texas. A few other areas near the Dallas and Fort Worth area. Though that number is going up, and that is not good news. Seeing a lot more power outages in the state of Texas. Now, thankfully, still in a minor outage event, and the minor outage hasn't gone anywhere else, and I hope it stays that way. So I'm monitoring 2 tornado warnings now. One in south central Texas near the San Antonio area, and also one in Arkansas, which is still hanging around, though the rotation has gotten weaker. So looking at another run of this, looks like the rotation may have strengthened a little. Let me go to a different radar site. Let me go to the Fort Smith radar site in very western Arkansas. Take a look at this tornado warning. Looks like that rotation may have strengthened up a little from when it previously was. Still a little broad, but still have a stronger rotation than we did before, just east of the Jasper area in Arkansas. So keep an eye on that if you live in that area. You're watching live severe storm coverage and live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah and the severe weather threat we're having here in the south central portion of the United States. You're all watching it right here on TRA Weather. Make sure to like and share this and subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. I'll be back in a little bit with a brand new update from the National Weather Service on these tornado warnings, or if we get a new tornado warning, I will be back sooner. I will be back in a moment. Thanks for watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather.
Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: Central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations:
everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam back again with a quick update on the severe weather threat we're having here in the south central portion of the United States. We were dealing with 2 tornado warnings, one in Texas and one in northwestern Arkansas, but both of them have either expired or have been canceled. So right now we are dealing with no tornado warnings. We currently have no tornado warnings in effect at this time. Very good news. But we do still have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's take a look at those. 3 of those are in the northwestern Arkansas region from the squall line that's making its way eastward. Very heavy wind and also hail, and a few tornadoes could be embedded with these, as we saw earlier. Let's take a look at a few of these. Some of the cities included in this are Marshall, Clinton, Clarksville, Russellville, Danielsville, and Mount Ida. So if you live in those areas or this region shaded in the yellow boxes here, make sure to get safe if you haven't already. Your area is under a severe thunderstorm warning. I have 2 other severe thunderstorm warnings. They're rather large ones in southeastern Texas, and that's where we were dealing with tornado warning, but that has either been expired or canceled. I go a few frames back, you see that's where it was, and there's a little notch there, but it looks like National Weather Service is not going to issue a new one, and they're just going to cancel it or expire it. So 2 ginormous severe thunderstorm warnings down here. Some areas include cities of LaGrange, Giddens, Goryell, Smiley, Yorkham, Hollettsville. Those areas are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and if you live in any of those areas or around those areas, there is a very dangerous squall line moving into your area with very heavy straight line winds, large hail, and a few tornadoes could pop up at any time embedded within that squall line. So be careful if you live in those severe thunderstorm warned areas. And we're dealing with 13 flash flood warnings across the south central portion of the United States. Let's go to storm total rainfall. Let's go over to the northeastern portion of Texas. A lot of rainfall has fallen, an incredibly large amount of rainfall has fallen north of the Fort Worth area, where you're currently under a flash flood warning. An estimated amount of 6.7 inches of rainfall has fallen over the past few hours. That's definitely going to cause a lot of flash flooding. You see those whites and purples showing up there, indication of very heavy rainfall in a rather short period of time. Go forward a little further up to the Fort Smith area, had a pretty good amount of rainfall, and as we go to base reflectivity, still have more rainfall to come. So in addition to the rainfall we've already had, some areas at over 4.5 inches. Most areas could exceed that. In fact, 4.5 inches north of the McAllister area in eastern Oklahoma. Still also some flash flood warnings for northwestern Arkansas near the Fayetteville area, right around 2.5 to 3 inches in that area. And also some flash flood warnings in southwestern central and also one in southeastern Missouri. Multiple flash flood reports have been reported near the Springfield area. Here's one in Newton County, Missouri. This was via law enforcement. Report of flash flooding resulted in a closure of MC McCord and Spring Streets in Nashville, Missouri. Multiple reports north of the Springfield, Missouri. This was a report of in Polk County Department of Highways. State Highway YY is closed due to flooding. Another highway is closed. And Hominy Creek, another state highway, HH is closed due to flooding at Ingalls Creek. So a lot of highways are closed due to flash flooding. We have a report of rainfall in very southeastern Missouri. A report of 1 inch of rain has fallen, and that is about accurate according to the radar. 1.44 inches of rain since midnight. This was in Stoddard, Missouri County, and this was by Train Spotter. And a little further into northeast, into Illinois, there's actually been between 2.5 to 3 inches of rainfall that has fallen in that region. So I wouldn't be surprised if a flash flood warning is issued for southern Illinois. You have to keep an eye on that. So we aren't just dealing with some severe thunderstorms, tornadic thunderstorms. We're also dealing with a winter storm named Isaiah. That's bringing a lot of sleet, freezing rain, and rain to portions of the Ohio Valley and Plains. And I got a few new reports, recent reports too, of ice and snow. Let's take a look at a few of these. First, let's start off in eastern Nebraska, dealing with not much in the eastern half of it. Maybe some lighter snow. In fact, those seem to be older reports, though around 1 to 3 inches of snow has fallen in the Nebraska region. Light wintry mix fallen in eastern Kansas, though the main snow is fallen in Iowa, where we're dealing with actually heavy snow east of Des Moines, where around 2 to 3 inches of snow has fallen. But to the southeast portions of there, in northern Missouri and southeastern Iowa, getting some areas shaded in pink and purple. That is an indication of freezing rain and sleet. I have 2 ice storm reports. And this is in Iowa. Source was public. Trees covered in ice and snapping in southeast Wibalo County. That is never good. And here's another report of an ice storm in Appanese, Iowa. Law enforcement reported this. Ice has coated several roads this evening across the county. Several trees have snapped as a result of ice accumulation. Some trees have fell on power lines, causing sparks. While not widespread, there are several power outages throughout the county, a lot to do with the fallen trees. A few slides off have been reported, but traffic-related injuries thus far. So dealing with a lot of freezing rain, sticking to the power poles, weighing those down, snapping them, most likely losing power to some portions in southeastern Iowa. As the law enforcement agency said, it was a very isolated area, though into tonight or into tomorrow, we're going to be dealing with a lot of that and possibly some snow on top of that ice, and that is never a good situation. More reports of ice, a little over to a quarter of an inch freezing rain, Harrison, Missouri, and another report of a little over a quarter of an inch of ice, 0.33 inches in Trenton. That's Trenton and Grundy, Missouri, and this was via emergency management. Dealing with that in Iowa, starting to deal with some freezing rain in northwestern Illinois, just west of the Rockford area, and dealing with some freezing rain into Wisconsin and some snow to the central and northern parts of Wisconsin. This is just the very beginning of winter storm Isaiah. Has much more snow to come on the back end. That's where most of the sleet and freezing rain, believe it or not, is going to accumulate. So have to watch out for those areas. So I'm going to keep this radar up in the portion of southeastern Texas on this radar site, the KGRK radar site. You'll see the squall line as it moves eastward. You're watching live TRA weather severe storm coverage of the severe storm event in the south and live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah. I will be back in about 15 minutes with the final update report tonight on the severe weather event we're dealing with and Winter Storm Isaiah. Stay tuned for that. You're watching live severe storm coverage on TRA Weather. I'll be back in about 15 minutes with the final update.
Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: Central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: Central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Severe thunderstorms expected over parts of the south-central states this afternoon and tonight. Locations: Central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, southeast Oklahoma, northwest Mississippi, and far southwest Tennessee. Hazards: widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few intense scattered large hail, some baseball size. Summary: widespread severe thunderstorms are likely across the southern Great Plains, mainly this afternoon and evening, spreading east into the lower Mississippi Valley tonight. The most dangerous corridor for strong tornadoes and intense damaging winds should be centered on northeast Texas through northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas this evening through the overnight. Preparedness actions. Review your severe weather safety procedures for the possibility of dangerous weather today. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, weather.gov, or other media for watches and warnings. A watch means that conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorms over the next several hours. If a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your area, move to a place of safety, ideally in an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. TRA Radio, updated at 5
Hello everyone, this is weather forecaster Liam back with the final update of live severe storm coverage and live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah on TRA weather. This is going to be the final update for tonight. So we're going to start off with the future radar, or I should say the current National Weather Service hazards map. Let's get the very latest information from the National Weather Service hazards map. You can see there is a whole lot going on here, and it's been a whole lot going on all throughout the night tonight. So let's break it down here. The area shaded in purple is under a winter weather advisory, and the area shaded in pink is under a winter storm warning. You can see that includes portions of the plains in the Ohio Valley and also the far northwestern and northeastern portions of the United States. Though in the northwestern portion, that is another storm system not associated with Winter Storm Isaiah. Though you see some purple in south central Texas. That is actually not winter storm warnings. That is a severe thunderstorm watch because conditions are favorable for producing severe thunderstorms. The area shaded in yellow is under a tornado watch. That includes areas of Texas, the coast of Texas, northwestern Louisiana. I do believe southeastern Oklahoma. They have updated this a little, so they may have changed. And Arkansas, most of Arkansas. The very eastern portion of Arkansas is not under that tornado watch as of now. And also, all the areas shaded in green is under flash flood watches, and flash flood warnings. And also, that area shaded in dark red is a flash flood warning in those areas. And you saw on my radar, we had 13 flash flood warnings in the area shaded in green, and possibly more yet to come later on tonight and into tomorrow. And the area shaded in that brownish whitish color is wind advisories for portions of the Ohio Valley and southeastern United States. Now, this winter storm Isaiah and the severe thunderstorms have had a few power outages across portions of the south central United States. Do have a few outages in Missouri, 5,000 customers without power, but that is not a lot. Also have some in Arkansas, right behind Missouri at 5,300. Still not a lot, but though Texas is at 37,000 customers without power, over 37,000 customers without power. And those are customers, not actually people. One customer is one household, so there could be actually more people without power, and there is. I would guess around 50 to 60,000 people are without power in the state of Texas. And as we take a better look at the Texas power outage map, you can see right around where that squall line is currently in southeastern central Texas. Got some outages in this area. Travis County, 1,919 customers out. In Lee County, 280 customers out. That's around 750 to 1,000. In Cladwell County, got 346 out, and also some more to the northeastern portion of the state. So let's time it out for you. Do we have a new run of the NAM model I can show you guys? And no, we do not. Though I'm going to go to the HRRR model, which is the latest model run for this. So let's go to that. Let's start off at the beginning later on tonight. This is around 10 p.m. tonight. You see that squall line, very intense, making its way eastward, further on into Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana. And you see we don't have any tornadoes now in the warning window in the lower left corner of your screen. And I do expect that to change later on tonight as the squall line of severe thunderstorms, that cold front works into some less stable air, a little more spin up in the atmosphere for those tornadoes to pop up. So places like very eastern Texas, more so Arkansas and Louisiana have to be on guard tonight because you may be dealing with some tornadoes in the middle of the night tonight, and nighttime tornadoes are never a good thing. And some rain further to the north in the plains and Ohio Valley region. And Winter Storm Isaiah bringing some sleet, freezing rain, and snow to portions of Missouri, Iowa, Wisconsin, and very northwestern Illinois. Forward a little bit to tomorrow morning, or very early tomorrow morning, 3 a.m. Eastern Time. Squall line continues to make its way eastward into portions of southeastern Missouri, central and eastern Arkansas, Louisiana, and is now about out of the state of Texas. And you're starting to see Winter Storm Isaiah, not too much snow fallen in these regions in Michigan, upper Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa. And that is just the first round of wintry precip we're going to see from Winter Storm Isaiah, believe it or not. We're going to have another round as I go a little forward in time. You see that second round develop in Kansas, Missouri, Iowa region. That is going to bring a lot of snow, sleet, and freezing rain to those regions. You can expect a lot of ice accumulations in those areas. And this is about as far as this model goes. I'm actually going to go to the NAM model. Going to go all the way to Sunday. Then we're going to take a look at the snowfall total amounts and the possible ice accumulation totals as well. So stay tuned for that in just a second. All right, we left off, and now we have that squall line in the southeastern portion of the United States, bringing in a very strong line of gusty winds, hail, and possibly embedded tornadoes for portions of eastern Louisiana, western Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, and southern Illinois. Some rain across the Ohio Valley, and a stripe of snow, sleet, and freezing rain on the western edge of that as Winter Storm Isaiah. Forward a few frames to tomorrow afternoon, right around 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Squall line weakens a little, but continues to make its way eastward. Still strong hail and damaging winds, and a few tornadoes are still possible, as you saw the TRA Torcons earlier. In fact, I'll put those up again for this region. You see those TRA Torcons for the southeastern portion of the United States. I have a Torcon exclusively for 7 for New Orleans, as the city of New Orleans has a 70% chance of seeing a tornado. There's a 6 the Torcon for Little Rock, and the next major city with a Torcon is Atlanta at a Torcon of 3. And a 6 Torcon for southeastern Mississippi, central and southern Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and a Torcon of 5 for portions of Missouri or northeastern Arkansas, western Tennessee, southern Illinois, and northern Mississippi. But after that, let's go back to the future radar, and let's go forward a little further on into the evening hours on Saturday. The squall line continues to make its way eastward, getting weaker as the day goes on, but still tornadoes, strong winds, and hail possible. Center of low pressure is over the border between Louisiana and Ohio, bringing some pretty gusty winds to those regions in the Ohio Valley, and some snow and sleet to portions of Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Illinois, Iowa, and Missouri. So most areas are going to start out as rain, work over to freezing rain, sleet, then end out as snow for most areas. Forward to Sunday night, actually very late Saturday night going into Sunday, midnight Saturday. Squall line is getting much weaker than it originally was, though still some damaging winds and some hail possible with that, though tornado threat is really low by midnight Saturday going into Sunday. Low pressures over the Canada border between Canada and Michigan, bringing rain and snow to portions of the Ohio Valley, rain and mix to Michigan, Indiana, Illinois, and Wisconsin. And as we go forward to Sunday morning, we see that squall line continue to make its way eastward. Not really much of a severe threat anymore, though you can see some wintry mix going on in the far interior northeast. Portions like northern New York State, northern Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine. You're going to see some pretty good ice totals and maybe more than a foot of snow for the very northern part of Maine. I'll have, again, the snowfall totals in just a moment. Go forward one more time later on to Sunday into Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Storm has hopefully worked its way on out. No more rain. That cold front has worked its way all the way through the entire United States, just dealing with some leftover snow showers and a wintry mix to the southern parts in the northeastern United States, and maybe a few snow showers across eastern Kansas and eastern Nebraska. So let's go over to the ice accumulations and snowfall accumulations. We're going to use the NAM model for this. Going to go to the one that I want to go to. There we go. Total accumulated freezing rain. We're going to look at the entire United States. I will zoom this in just a little bit so we can see this better. So here's a look at the United States. According to the NAM model, the amount of freezing rain we're going to see. And you see some pretty good freezing rain totals across Oklahoma, Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin. Look at that in Michigan near the Detroit area. Over 1.5 inches of ice accumulation according to the NAM model. And I do think that's overdoing it by quite a bit. There are some areas in the Michigan region could reach over a half an inch of ice, maybe 1 inch of ice in some isolated spots, though that's going to be far and few between. Most areas will see, if you're seeing ice, between 1/4 of an inch and a half an inch. So let's see the snowfall totals from Winter Storm Isaiah. Snowfall 10-to-1 ratio. That is the amount of liquid that snowfall falls at. Here it is. According to NAMO, snowfall yet to come have basically between about 3 to 5 inches across portions of the plains in the Ohio Valley left to come, though higher totals could be expected in portions of northern Illinois, northern Missouri, eastern Iowa, and also very northern Maine and portions of northern Michigan, where anywhere between 10 and maybe even over a foot of snow can be expected exclusively in the northern portions of Michigan and northern Maine. So keep an eye on that if you live in those regions for a lot of ice and snowfall accumulation totals. So let's go to the future radar. And we just got a brand new tornado warning. We didn't have a tornado warning for quite a while, but we just got one brand new one in eastern Texas. And I told you it's going to a little less stable air. So you're going to see more tornado warnings appear as the night goes on. So make sure you have your NOAA weather radio handy. And if you don't have a NOAA weather radio, make sure your phone alerts are set to on, so you get the latest alerts from the National Weather Service. Let's take a look at this tornado warning, storm relative velocity. There's a little notch you see here just southwest of Cladwell. It's not a very strong rotation. Looks like a squall line tornado warning. Definitely here. Not very strong, though tornado rotation nonetheless. Do we have any debris showing up? Thankfully not. Let's take a look at the latest from the National Weather Service. National Weather Service in League City has issued a tornado warning for central Burleson County in southeastern Texas until 10 p.m. Central Time. So if you live in that county or any of the areas shaded within this red box, any of the cities in this red box, make sure to get to the most interior and lowest level of your home, because there is a possible tornado in your area. So keep an eye on that. Also dealing with 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. This is across southeastern Texas. This is an association with that squall line going to go across the entire United States, being affected by this ginormous storm system one last time tonight. Here in northeastern Texas, in the Dallas radar site, Dallas-Fort Worth radar site, squall line is working further on into eastern Texas. Will eventually get into the Louisiana, more so into the Arkansas area as well. You see all these flash flood warnings and also more severe thunderstorm warnings and a brand new tornado warning that just got issued northwest of Little Rock, Arkansas. I'll take a look at that in just one moment. But let's take a look at the rainfall we've seen from this ginormous storm system so far. Let me turn off the severe thunderstorm and tornado warning so you can see this better. You can see all these reds and yellows showing up. That is between 4 and 3 inches of rainfall that has fallen just from the storm system within a few hours. So flash flooding is really all over the place in eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, and even into Missouri, where multiple reports of flash flooding have been reported. This also goes into Missouri. I'll go to the Springfield radar really quick on this. Portions of central and southwestern Missouri have seen some flash flood warnings. Here's one in a report in Webster County, Missouri. State Highway W is closed at Givens Branch Creek. And I'll go through one more. This is where about a little over 4 inches of rainfall has fallen. Report of flash flooding resulted in a closure of McCord and Spring Streets in Nashville, Missouri, and that was by law enforcement. A few reports here of 1 inches of rain in southeastern Missouri, and a report of 2.1 inches of rain and 2.9 inches of rain. So some pretty good totals here, and expect some more flash flood warnings further on to the east into portions of Indiana, Illinois, and also the Kentucky, Tennessee, northern Mississippi region. That's the flash flood warnings we have. Let's go to that tornado warning we have, and also these severe thunderstorm warnings we're dealing with right now in Arkansas. This is where mainly the rest of the severe thunderstorm warnings are. We do have one other one in southern Missouri, but this is the bulk of the severe thunderstorms. They're all some major cities include Hot Springs, Mount Ida, Russellville, Conway, and Mountain Home in Gainesville, Missouri. So those are all the severe thunderstorms we have currently. Let's take a look at this tornado warning that is embedded within this squall line of severe thunderstorms. Let's get the latest info from the National Weather Service. In Little Rock, National Weather Service issued a tornado warning for western Conway County and central Arkansas, central Yale County in central Arkansas, and southern Pope County in central Arkansas. Had a tornado warning not too long ago within this same vicinity. And this is in effect until 10 p.m. Central Time. Take a look at storm relative velocity. Got some definite rotation here. It's rather broad though, not very tight rotation where you see those blues and reds, or I should say blues and oranges, right up against each other. Not seeing that. It's rather broad, but their oranges and blues are still there, just not touching each other. So that rotation just rather broad. Do we have any debris showing up? And according to the last round of the correlation coefficient, we do not, which is good news. So this is moving northeast at a very good pace. Let's see the next cell ID at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. Very, very fast moving storm system. So if you live anywhere in those counties I listed or any of these cities, make sure to get to your tornado safe place if you haven't already, because there's a tornado warning for your area and a possible tornado heading for your area. So keep that in mind. But I'm also covering live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah, and that's bringing, as you saw on the future radar, some sleet, freezing rain, and snow to these regions. So let's take a look at that. Dealing with some leftover rain, freezing rain, and sleet in very eastern Kansas, though not too much going on there. Go into more so into Missouri, where the northern half of Missouri is, or say the northern and northwestern portion of Missouri is dealing with a lot of freezing rain and sleet. Also possibly some snow on the very northwestern side, though not too much there. Few reports of between a trace and 3 inches across the Nebraska region. That's how much snow you guys have gotten so far. I don't expect much more added to that, maybe 1 inch to 2 inches at most. Then we go over to Iowa. Look at all that snow going on here. I have multiple reports of 3 to 4 inches of snow. This was in Polk County, Iowa. Source was public. Social media picture gave 3.5 inches of snow. South of that, just south of Des Moines, 3 inches of snow, and this was in Warren County, Iowa. Source was public, and the report was also by social media. Few reports of a little under a quarter of an inch of ice to a tenth of an inch of ice. Co-op Observer, Cedar County, Jones County, Iowa. Small branches and ice chunks hidden sides of the house. So having ice falling and branches breaking because of the weight of the ice sticking to everything. This was via in Cedar County, Iowa. This was via Co-op Observer. Ice accumulation so far, still freezing rain ongoing at the time of the report, and it looks like it will be for quite a while as that line slowly moves eastward. So a lot of rain yet to come. Attention of an ice of freezing rain in southeastern Iowa, and also an ice storm report at Wapello, Iowa. The source was public. Trees covered in ice and snapping in southeastern Wapello County. So trees are a lot of reports of trees breaking due to that freezing rain accumulating on the trees, and also power lines down in multiple areas. Go over to the eastern site in eastern radar site in Iowa. Some heavy rain going on in Illinois. Expect some flash flooding there. Though any wintry precip is in the very northwestern portion, west of Rockford, Illinois, dealing with some freezing rain, maybe some snow in the very corner of Illinois, but most of it should remain and is going to remain freezing rain for the next few hours. But the heaviest snow right now is in Madison, Wisconsin, right around Beaver Dam, Madison, Wisconsin area. And southeast of there, you're getting freezing rain and sleet, maybe some snow mixing in there, but most of that to the south of Milwaukee and Jamesville will be rain or freezing rain. North of here into Minnesota and Wisconsin, not much going on here, just dealing with a little more snow into central Wisconsin, though it's not very heavy. And Michigan starting to deal with some rain, not frozen yet, though that will come later on. Rain also for Indiana, and not quite gotten into the central portions yet, at least according to this, and some rain scattered across the Ohio Valley as well. So let's take one last look at both tornado reports. We have two right now. Let's take a look at both of them. One is in Arkansas, This is for the cities listed: Atkins, Ola, Danville, Russellville. This possible tornado is moving northeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. The counties affected in this tornado warning are for western Conway County in central Arkansas, central Yell County in central Arkansas, and southern Pope County in central Arkansas until 10:30 p.m. Central Time. So if you live in those areas, make sure to get to your tornado safe place, and be warned if you live into the northeastern regions of this tornado warning, as it might go into your area. Places like Clinton and Harbor Springs, be on guard because there's a squall line that is capable of producing tornadoes going into your area. And one more time to the last tornado warning we have at this time. This is in southeastern Texas. Had a storm report of 60-mile-per-hour winds measured at Giddis Lee County Airport. So the squall line has very heavy winds. Let's go storm relative velocity real quick. See, little notch here is a pretty good tornado signature for a squall line tornado, just northeast of Cladwell and west of Tons. And this is moving northeast at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. Counties affected by this tornado warning include central Burleson County until 10 p.m. Central Time. Well, that concludes live severe storm coverage and live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah on TRA Weather. I hope you enjoyed this live stream, and if you haven't already, make sure to like and share this and subscribe to my channel, TRA Weather. For everyone in the path of this giant line of severe thunderstorms, and also the wintry side of this storm event, Winter Storm Isaiah, be safe. Thank you all for tuning in to live severe storm coverage and live winter storm coverage of Winter Storm Isaiah on TRA Weather.